Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy.
Finland?
The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy! According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city, as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire, with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the new town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis, to electric scooters and two-story tourist buses, to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up with these things. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourist. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halės Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place. There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag #ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it. Thank you so much for watching the whole video and see you next time.
Agriculture is an essential activity for the European Union. It provides us with a great variety of food, it forms the backbone of our rural communities, and it can help us protect our nature. But, as with many other human activities, it also has an environmental impact. In this video, we will explore the importance of agriculture for the European Union, the effects of agri-food production on the environment, and what the EU is doing to promote a more sustainable system. As of 2020, there were around 10 million farms in the EU, covering almost 40% of the European Union's total land area. These farms are the foundation of our food system, and they play an important role in our economy. It is estimated that agriculture in the EU employs 22 million people. Last year, EU agricultural export totaled 229 billion euros, almost 8% of Europe's international trade in goods. Agriculture is the lifeblood sustaining our rural communities and ensuring Europe's food security. However, it is also responsible for 11% of the EU's domestic greenhouse gas emissions. Most come from animal farming, but the excessive use of pesticides or fertilizers also contribute to soil degradation, water pollution, and biodiversity loss. If we consider the cumulative impacts of land use change, food processing, transportation, retail, or food waste, agri-food production is responsible for almost 1/3 of the world's total emissions. Agriculture is one of the factors contributing to climate change, but at the same time, it is also one of the human activities most affected by it. To ensure our food security in the future, we must preserve the natural resources that make it possible. So, how can we do this? The European Union wants to transform Europe into the first carbon-neutral continent by 2050. And sustainable agriculture is part of the plan to get there. The Farm to Fork and EU 2030 biodiversity strategies promote an agricultural model that is productive, efficient, and sustainable. And farmers are central actors in this strategy. Farmers are the primary food producers, but they are also economic actors, taking decisions based on profit. Therefore, the European Union is providing financial incentives to farmers who adopt agricultural practices that restore natural habitats, reduce carbon emissions, and preserve soil health. Some of these measures include crop rotation, sustainable water management, or precision farming techniques to reduce our dependency on synthetic inputs like fertilizers or pesticides. Consumers also have a role to play, and the EU is promoting healthier and more sustainable diets, richer in organic and plant-based products. The EU is also encouraging greater circularity in the way we consume food, as each European generates, on average, 131 kilograms of food waste per year. Through these initiatives, the European Union is laying the foundation for a sustainable future, where agriculture and food production go hand in hand with environmental protection. If you wish to learn more about the future of European agriculture, take a look at our website and check our latest publications.
Ar jau galim pradėti?
We can start probably.
Labadiena, mėlyjeji susirinkusieji.
Mes galim, labas.
Kadangi
Good
forumas apie maistą,
morning,
manau, bus įdomu.
everyone. And since it's the forum about food, we will discuss it. And the topic of our discussion today encompasses the whole topic of today's conference: peaceful food, sustainability, security for society and planet. Many words, and when you start reading, you wonder whether everything is okay here. But in fact, we are living in interesting times. We spoke to one of our speakers, Ms. Melnikiene, and she said that there was the word first, and then we came up with figures, statistics, and changes. And we are living in the world of changes. The war in Ukraine, the new agricultural policy, which coincided with the war and all the possible changes, including the climate change and the change in the uh, public view. And we will speak about these things and to identify the link between them and what the solutions could be in order to have enough food, preserve environment, and not destroy the environment. Daiva Jakaitė, the head of European Parliament liaison office in Lithuania, Juozas Olekas, the member of the European Parliament, Socialists and representative of Socialists and Democrats, Dr. Rasa Melnikienė, head of the Institute of Economics and Rural Development at the Lithuanian Center for Social Sciences, and Marlene Montler, the member of the European Parliament from the European People's Party Germany, are together with us today. And I'm going to moderate this part of the conference. I'm Arūnas Milašius, editor at Delphi LT Agro. So the floor goes now to Good morning, a very good introduction. The word was the first, and traditionally, the European Parliament, its bureau in Lithuania, is a part of this large Agri-Food Forum where politicians, entrepreneurs, farmers meet, as well as the food eaters. And by means of words, we are looking for solutions. What direction the European Union is taking, what decisions should be made by the European Parliament, and how we could influence these decisions from the farming or business or consumers perspective. Should we find a compromise and end up with rational solutions in the future? My introduction will not be long because the content will be delivered by the speakers. But I'm obliged to remind you that the representatives elected by us take the decisions at the European Parliament. The next elections to the European Parliament will take on the 9th of June next year. So let's take this chance and elect those who will represent us best, who will speak to us all. And when they know our interests, they will take decisions. So today we have an opportunity to ask questions to the representatives of the European Parliament. By the way, the European Parliament mainly works in Strasbourg and Brussels. So we will have Juozas Olekas on behalf of the European Parliament today, and we will have an important speaker from Germany remotely. They will join us live, but remotely, so be active in the discussions with the representatives of the European Parliament. So I give the floor back to Arūnas. Thank you. And now we are looking forward to Mr. Olekas' presentation. I hope we will be able to connect in a moment. Hello, Arūnas, I'm already connected. So the floor goes to Juozas Olekas, the member of the European Parliament, and I could introduce him as a beekeeper as well. And this description is closer to the topic we are going to discuss. I will speak as the member of the European Parliament today, and the topic of your speech is the future of the EU agriculture, challenges to Europe and Lithuania. So the floor is yours, Mr. Olekas. Thank you, Arunas. Thank you, the participants, listeners, and speakers. Thank you for this possibility to speak in this forum. I'm going to speak about the current situation, which is not linked to the elections. As Arunas mentioned, our geopolitical and climatic situation is difficult. A lot of changes are taking place around us, and they have a direct impact on food production, food safety, and food safety. The European Parliament of this term started its work when the war was not raging. And we focused on the impact on the adverse impact on the climate change on agriculture and food production in broader terms, as well as global migration, because people who are unable to grow food themselves, they leave certain areas. And the trademark of the current European Parliament is the Green Deal. It focuses on fighting climate change so that we could continue growing enough food. Could I share already the second slide I prepared? Could I ask to show it? Okay, I can see it. Thank you very much. So, the Green Deal led to certain tensions. Some of its elements led to certain tensions. But the Green Deal should be considered sacred. If we want to grow food, we have to respond to the climate changes that have already taken place because of extensive human activity, industry, military effects, and agricultural activities. So how can we contribute? You can see the targets of the Green Deal, which would allow managing the climate change. At the level of the European Parliament, a number of tools have been adopted with an aim to reduce CO2 emissions. And these are the toolkit of the Green Deal as to how manage the climate change. We should manage CO2 emissions in the first place. A proposal is to create a coherent and more balanced framework for meeting the US climate targets to ensure just and socially fair transition, retain and strengthen the competitiveness of the EU industry. So these targets are linked mainly to CO2 emissions. Other targets or tools are linked to land use, change of the purpose of land, and which allow to adapt when continuing food production and farming and reducing the impact on climate at the same time. Some of these measures are viewed more favorably than others, and we at the European Parliament aim to strike a balance in order not to impose bans on agricultural production, but rather prevent it from polluting and ensuring healthy food and for consumption of healthy food. Sometimes we're told that this is not the right time. The wars started not long ago. But we cannot continue this extensive food production without applying any safeguards. These are specific figures for 2030. The net greenhouse gas removal target is 310 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So these proposals at the parliament ranged from 150 up to 540 tons. So we chose the average, which would make it possible to continue farming in a sustainable manner by reducing current pollution. Another target is to reduce the overall use of chemical plant protection products. And fertilizers are included. And the discussions that are taking place and the related target is the reduction of 50%, and it is very important. However, different countries have different starting point. In Lithuania, we have reduced a lot or haven't even started to use as much of these chemicals. And in other countries, the use of pesticides is rather different. So, as you can see from the slide, the Netherlands use around 1 kilo, 10 kilos of pesticides per hectare, and in other countries, only 1 kilo per hectare is used. So these differences are huge. I would like to introduce the national protection as well in order to reduce this disbalance. If we want to have healthy and safe food, we have to sacrifice something because the reductions won't work. Only reductions won't work. If you want to fight pests and want to have a good harvest, you need certain actions. There are some agricultural technologies that can help, and we also have scientific achievements. I communicate a lot with Lithuanian scientists, and they submitted proposals how new genetic technologies can be used to have more resistant seeds and more resistant plants, which would tackle the problems we face now, and we would have healthier plants and more resistant plants, plants more resistant for drought, but which provide good yield. So these new proposals by the Commission that are being deliberated upon at the European Parliament we will have a discussion at the Research Council in Vilnius this Friday about the use of new technologies in agriculture, in the Science Academy, sorry. At the European Parliament, especially Agri Committee, we discuss a lot what else we can do. And one of the things we discuss is the protein strategy, the supply of protein. In livestock farming, we lack protein as a feed. And we import vegetable protein usually from faraway countries, such as South America, where legal regulation is different. And the forests are being cut, and the transportation leads to additional pollution. So we have to tackle this issue and supply ourselves with protein in Europe. For this, we need to use new schemes that promote growing of such protein. And we need some scientific solutions as well. Next slide, please. I spoke about new genetic technologies already. In the European Parliament, we also discuss and encourage other countries to be more independent when supplying themselves with fertilizers and other resources, because the main production used to take place using Russian gas, and it's not an appropriate source now because we would increase Russia's capabilities in Russia's war against Ukraine. So we should look for other sources for producing fertilizers. And finally, the question was related to the future. The European Parliament was a long-time EU rural vision was adopted, and it is aimed at merging different measures, matching different measures. And the COVID pandemic showed that a lot of urban residents spent time in the farms of their grandparents and worked in a remote manner and stayed safe and healthy. So in this long-term rural vision, we look into the preservation of certain infrastructure. In Lithuania, we tend to close down rural hospitals and schools and centralize everything. However, if we want to retain the viability of rural areas, we have to think about the new generations, because we need new generations to stay in rural areas and work them. I had a nice example from Lithuania when a doctor works at her computer at home in a rural area, and she can work perfectly well when she has an internet. This is our vision, and our further proposals are related to amending legislation on the approval of new food products, about the supply of food supply chains, about the public procurement. and how to be self-sufficient in food. And I believe that it's also important, and a lot of arguments take place with environmentalists because there are many of those who don't want, who are not open to science. So we need a long-term funding strategy. We have this vision, we have very good scientists and this scientific potential. We could work together and help people who decide to stay in rural areas. Thank you very much. I think my time is up and I told everything I wanted. I will answer your questions if you have any.
Ponas Olekas paminėjo tą
Thank you
labai
very much. Mr. Olekas mentioned a very good word, questions. So this is your chance to ask questions, and we'll have him in our discussion. So think about questions. And now let's move on to our next presenter, our next speaker. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to see so many of you here, and it is my delight to be in this event that gathered a lot of people. What is missing? I think I'm missing representatives of the farming community. I think I see only one or two farmers here among us, but still, it is very nice to see that the agricultural industry is the area that attracts now other stakeholders, social groups, for example, consumers. It's nice to hear consumers speaking. It's nice to hear environmental specialists speaking. Today, I'll be talking about agricultural transformation. What will secure the viability, long-term viability of Lithuanian rural communities? So I want to come back from Europe and just focus on Lithuania. Think globally, act locally. That's my motto. And I think this concept is very suitable for our conference. And I would like to focus on one aspect of the Lithuanian language. Lithuanian language is very transformative. And in Lithuania, we have peace. And if you can shift around the letters of the Lithuanian word peace, you can have change. So change happens and peace happens with change. So right now we have very intensive discussions between communities and policymakers because changes are happening very fast and we need to respond really quickly. And today I'm going to speak about agriculture, obviously. And when we're talking about agriculture, a lot of the time you will hear very negative opinions. I, on the other hand, believe that agriculture has moved a really long way. And obviously, every process has troubles, has issues to overcome. But problems are also present opportunities. And that is what I'm going to focus on today, opportunities. So briefly, about the content of my presentation. First of all, demographic challenges. So is Lithuania going to stay the land of farmers? Agriculture transformations, factors behind that, obstacles, opportunities, farm profiles, how the diversity of farms contributes to viability in rural areas, and a look at the Lithuanian farming economy. I'm not going to talk about agricultural policy, that's not my topic, but I've been working in the area for 20 years now. I've contributed to a number of strategies. I've been part of discussions on strategies and policies. And I have to say that we still lack this dialogue and debate among different stakeholders in Lithuania. I personally think that I can say only positive things about agriculture, and that my goal would be to have no negative things to say about agriculture. Uh, Lithuania is experiencing demographical change. It seems that we woke up and see terrible changes happening. But these demographic changes are very typical of industrialized, very developed countries. So let's not think about the challenge, the issue, but rather an opportunity. So our rural areas are getting older. We have less and less people living in rural areas. So you can see here the population density, and you see regions where population density is less than 10 people per 1 square kilometer. So these are tendencies we have to address. So the question is, so who is going to produce our food? How are we going to secure our food supply? So demographic tendencies, demographic trends have affected farming communities, farmers, and the society in general. So more and more farmers in Lithuania are older people. Young in young people are not interested in the agriculture. And it's not a bad thing per se, it's not a good thing also, it's just something we have to consider. Demographic changes affected the structure of our farms, so we have less small farms. One of the main reasons behind the lack of small farms is the age of farmers. So as farmers getting older, they have no people to take over their farms, so small farms are disappearing. Now I've moved to the slide that I hopefully will focus your attention. Despite all the criticism, despite all the remarks, in particular those in the public discourse, we see in the public discourse regarding the agricultural sector, agriculture is transforming. And I think that the changes we're seeing are positive. So when we're looking at the factors of agriculture transformation, we can see them as a challenge or as an opportunity. So food market is a global market. And the global nature of the food market is incompatible with sustainability. So if we are transporting food over long distances, that means food is treated with preservatives. So I think that the market should move away from global market towards localized market. I'm not saying that it should be just global or it should be just local. No, I think that we just could be focusing more on local markets simply because it's easier for both consumer and farmer. So when we're talking about changes we have to take into consideration, so this is one of them. We have to ensure that our Lithuanian farmers secure food for our own population, that they are able to export. But we have to take into account that the small farms are disappearing, that the structure of farms is disappearing, that it's no longer family businesses, because we used to have family-owned farms, children, parents working together. Now, with demographic changes, that's no longer the issue. Because farms are transforming and the understanding of family is transforming also. Technological innovation, increase performance and increase productivity, improve the effectiveness of resource use. We have an expanding range of services to the businesses. So smaller farms are now placed in a are in a better place to engage in farming activities. Social networking create opportunities for farmers and consumers to cooperate. For example, farmers are now able to deliver produce baskets to consumers directly. Consumers can come to farms to pick up their goods as well. Also, we see very rapid servitization of industry and agriculture. So we are moving away from product manufacture production to business model, product plus service. So it seems to me that we have to understand these indicators, these factors, and we have to bear in mind that we are all part of the our agriculture. We are all part of the product process, and we should all take ownership of that process. So how do we combine these transformative factors to ensure viability of our rural areas? We hope that the our farms will keep on producing food, healthy food, fresh food, food that is good to consume. So how do we ensure that? How do we combine the transformations that are going on with our needs? So, what kind of farms are needed in Lithuania? What size are we talking about? How effective this farm should be? A lot of the at time I'm asked what size of a farm is efficient to have in Lithuania. I always say that we need a variety of sizes. I tend to speak about three groups of farms. Farms that are managed by rural or urban residents that engage in agricultural activities in addition to their main profession, let's say. They work as farmers part-time and so we see a situation where a person has a profession, a vocation, but they also have, let's say, 3 hectares of land and decide that they need some extra money, and they decide to just with little investment, with little assets, to do some farming. They're very flexible. They can shut down the farm. They can resume farming activities. So for them, for this group, farming is an extra activity, maybe a hobby that also allows some additional income. But these farms are not competitive. They're not efficient. But to be completely honest with you, if a farm keeps on operating, that means that a farm is competitive because uncompetitive farms, inefficient farms, totally inefficient farms close down. So I believe that it's still an efficient farm, and it's up to the farmer themselves to decide whether it's worth having a farm or not. The second group is commercial family farms where family members work in the farm. This is very traditional to Lithuania. We have family farms. Mainly the staff, the workforce in that farm are family members. They employ few people from the outside. And for those farms, for those farmers, the first motive, sort of the first incentive to do farming is just to restore family farming traditions, revive farming traditions. And then we have a third group of farms, and that is industrial farms, a lot of the time managed by investors. And this is a type of farm where you invest to generate profit. If I were to answer the question, what farms do we need? I would say we need a good proportion of these, 30, 30, 30. And I think that all three groups of farms are essential when we want to ensure viability of our rural communities. uh, these farms have potential to contribute to strengthening the viability of our rural areas, even if we have small family farms or farms where people take up farming just part-time, they still have potential to reduce the risks of losing an income source. They also attract new residents to rural communities. They create a production variety for consumers. Commercial family farms, they create added value in the community where they live and where the farms are located. These commercial family-based farms also spend money in the community. They earn from community, but they also give back that money to community. They also create habits for children and young people to farm. They foster and strengthen local communities. Industrial farms. What do these do and how they contribute to our economy? They, first of all, introduce innovation and managerial methods applied in other businesses. They increase export potentials, and they also employ people. So how do all these three groups of farms look in terms of their contribution to the Lithuanian economy? We see that 88% of farms in Lithuania are farms that are small. Only 4% of our farms are over 100 hectares. Agriculture generates, one way or another, income for 113,000 people in the country. I believe that this is a very important sector for people's income. 60% of rural residents work in small farms, and we have to take this into consideration. How does our produce look like? And a lot of the time, the argument is that small farms don't produce enough. So you have here two diagrams showing the size of the land used and standard production. So this allows comparisons between different farms, and you see a rather consistent distribution. You see that all farms produce food, and they supply that food to our tables. So there are things to be proud about when we talk about our agricultural sector. I often hear about poor results of our farmers and the only obstacles that our farmers face. Yes, when you look at statistical indicators, a lot of the time you can see only past results. But I think that our agricultural sector has made a giant leap forward. Right now, agricultural sector is experiencing a lot of difficulties, but in general, we're not outsiders. We're just in the middle when it comes to the European context. Here you can see a farm turnover in 2021. We were in the middle. Return on assets in terms of net income, and we're not behind anyone. We are even better than average farms in Lithuania. So these are things to be proud about and to be happy about. So as far as I'm concerned, every farm matters. Thank you very much.
Puikus laikas užduoti klausimus žmonėms,
So it's a perfect time now to ask questions to people who we listened to Mr. Olakas and Lady Melnikina. So I hope you have questions. Is Mr. Olak with us? Can you hear us, Mr. Olakas? I'm always ready. I'm always ready. I'm from the time when we had to be ready for everything. So a couple of questions from your beautiful presentation. You've mentioned that in some countries they have a different regulation, different cost structure, and Ukraine is one of those countries. And the Polish farmers started boycotting their produce. There is this sentiment that we should protect our markets. So, do you think that the European Union can allow access of Ukraine's farmers into our market, just like they are with the current cost structure they have? Allowing entry to the market to Ukraine has two aspects that need to be considered. One, that is support to Ukraine. And the second factor is compliance with the European standards. When we were joining the EU, when other countries were joining the EU, every country had to adopt these European standards and comply with them. So today we are sacrificing ourselves and we're helping people who are dying for their country, for their own freedom and our freedom. And when peace finally comes, then Ukrainian farmers will have to adopt the European Union standards. Our resilience, our competitiveness, and our other two things we need to consider. Yes, farming conditions in Ukraine differ and our conditions differ. So, yes, we need to find balance. And Rasa Melnikina already mentioned that we should focus locally. We should be consuming probably foods that were produced locally, closer to the consumer. But the consumer wants to have a quality product that at a cheaper price. So there's also this need to find a balance between demand and supply. But I am convinced, I believe that the European Union farmers and Lithuanian farmers can accept Ukrainian farmers into their own community and they can definitely survive. Because in addition, apart from competition, you also will have access to a huge market. So if we continue farming and we continue being entrepreneurship and for 30% of farms, for example, here in Lithuania, Ukrainian market will be a huge opportunity to export their produce. Another question. We're reducing the use of plant protection products. We're looking for alternatives to pesticides. We're looking for ways to make produce healthier, more sustainable, environmentally friendly. But organic farming is shrinking based on the latest statistical indicators. Why is it happening? There are several things to consider again when it comes to organic farming. Organic farming was a lot more attractive, in particular to large organic farms that were able to adapt to the current conditions. On the other hand, with the passage of time, there were other opportunities, and big farms are very responsive to the changes, to innovations. And Ras already mentioned that big farms are quick to adopt managerial processes, managerial standards, and they move towards more profitability. And probably that's why they're moving away from organic farming. And then there's another thing to consider: consumers and the demand for organic produce from consumers. And consumers' willingness to consume certain foods. And I do see conflicting approaches in among the general population. Some say that they cannot afford healthier foods, but I also see cases when people who say this smoke very expensive cigarettes. So we're talking about consumer priorities here. So do we prioritize our health, or do we really don't have any money, or do we spend money on our bad habits? So I think that we need to grow our own consumer willing to consume Lithuanian honey produced by Lithuanian beekeepers rather than honey imported from China, for example. I always thought that we have the policy, that we have the political will, but we need additional decisions. Maybe in addition to, let's say, European support, Lithuanian government could offer some support for our farmers, maybe from the European Recovery Fund. I think that part of that funding could have been channeled to support organic farms. And then the last question, briefly, to Mr. Olekas, and then we'll move to Rasa. So you mentioned plant protein strategy. So are we talking about the fact that European Union is finally opening up its doors to genetically modified products?
I believe that we created a certain monster. As a doctor, I may say that all of us are genetically modified. If we look at our ancient times, we have been modified a lot, but naturally. And these modifications are different. Some of them are the mutations of our cells that lead to cancer. So we can do something about it and just observe, or we can provide the scientific basis for it and treat people. If you have a toothache, we naturally would have to take a stone and break it. So we should see the difference between the things that are really dangerous and between the things that are scientifically substantiated. According to the European Commission, new genetic technologies where no other additional genes are used. And these genetic modifications naturally take place as well. They should be allowed. I believe that they should be substantiated by the science. So I would invite you once again to participate in the conference of Lithuanian scientists. And we should not intimidate people that genetically modified organisms are monsters. We have to build on the scientific progress and employ it for the sake of our health and food safety, and we should not demonize science. As a surgeon, I can say an important 18th century surgeon, Willard Norman, said, "Who touches the heart, the one who touches the heart should not be a surgeon." Now, people's lives are saved and cardiovascular surgery is carried out. Thank you. Ms. Rasa, question to you. You love figures. In terms of organic farming, do I understand you correctly that organic farming survived because it received financial incentives, and when they finished, they had no chance to continue organic farming? I should say that the demand is shrinking because when the prices went up, I mean, when the prices of energy went up, so the demand for organic farming products, organically farmed products reduced. My colleague defended a PhD thesis and performed a survey, and the survey showed that the majority of organic farmers can redirect their activities if financial incentives reduce. In terms of the motives, are we still an agrarian country? Yes, we are an agrarian country. Yet, as a developed country, we have the structure of employmental value added, which is typical of developed countries. So 20% of people work in industry, around 70% work in services, and the rest is employed in agriculture. So a similar structure is typical of England, the Netherlands, and it's no surprise. So a greater employment in agriculture in Lithuania is higher, and our transition into the market economy took place under different conditions than in Western countries. There were a lot of people who wanted to relate themselves to agriculture. When they retire, they are engaged in agriculture, but this type of employment is larger, but it is reducing depending on the number of people who would stop working in agriculture as an additional activity. Last year, agriculture exceeded technologies in terms of their share in the GDP. A very good question. It is linked to value added. Medicine creates a greater value added than agriculture, but we do not eat medicine. And I like saying that agriculture creates a very low value added. But when we produce sausages from meat, it's not as healthy as natural meat. We eat these processed products, which should be eaten just very rarely and not every day. We run to the pharmacy to buy supplements, which has a greater value added. And these supplements don't work, and maybe they shouldn't. Then we run to the pharmacy to buy medicine, which has an even greater value added. And I'm among those who are absolutely disagree with the statement that the Lithuanian agriculture has a very low value added, and I can prove it with my statistics, and I'm the patriot of Lithuanian agriculture. A question from the audience. Our time is nearly up, and we will still have to listen to another presentation. Oh, we still have some time. Rasa, could you tell me what should be done in order to develop cooperation between small and medium-sized farms? Maybe certain organizational structure should be established because the farmers, especially small farmers, are not inclined to cooperate. They would rather die than cooperate. 2 or 3 suggestions. Could you introduce yourself? I'm an advisor to Juozas Olekas. Cooperation is our hope that it will solve problems, but I believe that the preconditions that led to success of cooperation in the pre-war period are completely different now, and I'm very skeptical about cooperation among all the farmers. And before to the war, farmers cooperated because they couldn't choose other activities, because they were not simply present. After war, the processing industry had to be created to take food away to the cities. And these homogeneous farms cooperated because it was economically beneficial to them. We don't have this precondition now. We have enough of processing capabilities, and the farms can invest into their own farms. And if your activities fail, you can just withdraw from the farm rather than going bankrupt and engage in other activities, because agriculture correlates with other sectors such as industry or services, so there are no preconditions. But networking, which is also cooperation, is very successful in Lithuania. There are no contractual relations, but it's very successful. And I performed a study, and rural tourism has been created thanks to networking, and it's a very successful example. There are more examples like this, but they are not visible in our statistics. Cooperation is taking place, but its form has changed. Ms. Rasa, you said very nicely about the Western model. The farmers were not real farmers. They have a job, they have a plot of land. And how much do they earn from a hectare? I speak about small farms. How are they able to compete with larger farms? I feel your skepsis. I'm interested in figures. And why are you calculating the income per hectare? And why aren't you calculating income per hour? Or why don't you use other formulas? The farmers calculate, if I work for a month in my hectare, in my farm, and I receive 1,000 of additional income during my holidays, and I want to engage in these activities, that's excellent. My children help me. Maybe my neighbors help me. We think that we have to produce more food, and we are speaking about the shortage of food, but it's very difficult to sell the product because the competition is really fierce. And your question is interesting. And if it's beneficial for the person, that does not mean that the farm is not effective. And why the last and if this person decides to leave this market, they will leave it. I am a supporter of diversity. We no longer have these Soviet farms. Some farms used to be merged. Then the party took a decision to split these farms. They were split. And now every farmer decides what's the most efficient for them because their resources are limited. So I should say that every farm matters. This is my slogan. It's important for rural areas and it's important for the consumer. Otherwise, these farms wouldn't exist. Mrs. Marlene is still not present here, so we still have time for other questions. I have another question. I'm a mayor of Shaki district. We are speaking about products, about surviving in rural areas, about farmers. But today, farmers don't understand why they have to turn their arable land into grassland, which they cultivated for 20 years. We're speaking about surviving today, and to survive today in line with the directives and with an aim for Lithuania to become a leading country, speaking about these drainage ditches, and only 7 countries, including in Lithuania, are leading in this area. I don't know why. So in terms of this survival, how to stop this bureaucratic work so that the farmers could work properly in order to create value added. Could you introduce it? Raimondas Januševičius, mayor of Šakiai district. I'm not going to answer this question because it is intended for politicians. Maybe Mr. Juozas could comment it. We can see Juozas here. Yes, I would comment it if I may. Thank you, dear Mayor, for the question. I suppose that there are two aspects here. Firstly, we need to adapt to certain changes that are taking place inevitably and that were not so much visible earlier. In my presentation, I spoke about these things, and these proposals are for a reason. We face certain challenges. Do you remember when Kretinga district had experienced such floods? And you should see how people live there now. The nature is undergoing changes, and we need measures and to implement these measures together. In my presentation, I mentioned that the proposals were different, and we have to strike the balance and to find the right measures and to acknowledge the mistakes we made in the past. And the fewer mistakes we make, the better. I don't really think that we should protect only our interests. Sometimes we have to make common effort. And sometimes the opinions of those who work in the agricultural committee and in other committees differ, and we attempt to find this correct common position, this right common position. I don't know what your position is about introducing scientific achievements. I don't know whether you would like scientists to help farmers, and instead of chemical pesticides, you could use new products, more resistant seeds that could lead to a better harvest. And these seeds would be the result of work of the Lithuanian scientists. So we have to find the consensus to adopt a common position in relation to different measures and their implementation. Ms. Madeleine Merkler has already joined us, so I would like to thank the panelists, and let's listen to the next presentation.
Vielen herzlichen Dank. There are technical problems. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Ist okay. Sehr geehrte Frau Dakaite, liebe Kollege Olekas, liebe Gäste. Ich freue mich sehr über Ihre Einladung, heute bei Ihnen als Berichterstatterin zur Ernährungssicherheit zu sprechen. Litauen ist ein wunderschönes Land und im Bereich Landwirtschaft ein wertvoller Lieferant von wichtigen Rohstoffen und leckeren, qualitativ hochwertigen Lebensmitteln.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So I'm glad that today together we are going to speak about the resistance of the EU, and cooperation is of importance in dealing with our everyday problems. Our citizens have to understand Europe better.
Can we stop for 3 minutes? Paprašykit vertėjas, prašau, kad kol žmonės pasiims ausines vertimui, kad truputį luktertume 2-3 minutės.
Could you wait for a couple of minutes because the audience needs headsets? They will take the headset and you will be able to continue.
Dankeschön. You know, there are technical problems here in my office, but now I start again. Ich freue mich sehr über Ihre freundliche Einladung.
I have certain technical issues in my office, but I will resume. Thank you very much for inviting me to the event as the speaker on the global food security. Lithuania is a EU member and it is an important supplier of agricultural raw materials and food products. So I'm delighted that today we are going to speak about the resistance of the EU and food security. I believe that cooperation and discussions allow us to deal the problems together. Our citizens want to understand Europe better, and they should understand Europe better. So our farmers need our support because the global food security is not something taken for granted. The COVID-19 pandemic and the consequences of Russia's brutal war in Ukraine impoverished people because of increasing food and energy prices and made their life more difficult. I'm speaking about people living in Europe because the number of people in poverty is growing, so it's important to ensure food security. The part of population which cannot afford healthy food amounts to 30% all over the world, and I believe that we should take action. We have to prepare Europe for crisis better. Our global production of food should become the main strategic pillar. So the food supply should be resistant and reliable. It should be noted that the population is growing. In the 6th decade of the last century, the population, global population was 2.5 billion, and this number increased a lot. The demand for food products increased, and the resources such as water reduced considerably. So the main question now is how could we produce sustainably food products with the increase of the population and the reduction of resources? Sustainable food security is a great challenge, modern challenge, but it is possible to overcome it. We are facing certain problems of climate change and environmental issues. And food security is a part of this problem and may be a solution to this problem as well. We have to aim at producing food products with lower CO2 emissions. And this adoption of general bans is not an objective and is not a target. We should reduce pollution, but we should motivate our farmers at the same time because they are the ones who need support. Plant protection products are, for me, consumer protection products. Sri Lanka's example shows how the work of farmers is important. In April, Sri Lanka's government decided to ban PPPs and fertilizers. In a year, this experiment proved to be wrong because the harvest was not what it was expected, and it affected the farmers and the government itself finally. So food security is the guarantee of a stable society. If we have enough food, we will have fewer conflicts. It's also very important for environmental protection. I believe that we need more diversity in agricultural areas and in our storages where we store our food products. And we're speaking about balanced nutrition. And it's high time now to implement our European protein strategy. The EU also aims at implementing the new fertilizer strategy. It should be much broader, much more comprehensive. It should include organic fertilizers because they are important in terms of soil health and food safety. We have to speak about a sustainable agriculture because we won't be able otherwise to achieve sustainable food otherwise. We need to introduce new digital measures. Another important aspect is precision farming, and artificial intelligence could play a role here. Instead of condemning modern technologies, we should hold broader discussions, what broader breeding solutions could contribute to more sustainable transportation, storing, and other areas. And we should speak about ensuring the supply chain of food products, and we should stop speculating about the food problems. We face the problems that should be tackled now. I personally am interested in not wasting food. The EU has to acknowledge that food security has an international dimension, and we should import as few products as possible. We shouldn't kill our farmers. The ambassador of one country told me, and he was right, that we need farmers in Europe and we need them more now than ever. And they need greater support from us, and they need us to create just conditions for them, and these fair conditions should be in place all over the world. And I fight for our farmers. I want them to have high quality raw materials for European food products. And we should not question our farmers' work by introducing general bans. And I would like to finish my presentation with this statement. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū, Marlen. Ir mes jums turime klausimų.
Thank you, Marlene. And we have a question to you from Lithuania. A couple of them. You've mentioned that Europe needs to prepare for crisis time. But it seems that we are creating mini crisis. Farmers have to deal with new requirements all the time. So how do you see this in practice? How Europe should prepare for this crisis?
Ja, danke. Soll ich schon antworten? Danke.
Should I answer now? Thank you very much for this question. The question is a very important one. We do have to trust our farmers. We have to reduce mistrust in farmers. The trust has to increase, to be completely honest with you. In this term of office, it seems that there are people who are pro-regulation, more and more regulation, and in the European Parliament, we want to mitigate and Commission's desire to regulate more. Unfortunately, we are not always successful, and we have to compromise. Sometimes I'm saddened by this fact. We lack communication. Those who are pro-environment protection voted against pieces of regulation that were also targeted at preserving natural resources. In Germany, it seems that this discourse is very unilateral when it comes to farming activities, and that unilateral discourse is harmful to our farmers. The European Commission, in its strategy from farm to fork, says that we want to have the safest, the healthiest, and the best quality product on our tables. And simultaneously, the Commission says that policymakers are responsible to have this. But this is only policy. We should be thankful to our farmers. Farmers are the ones who are producing this high standard of produce. At this point, we've reached a point where the European Commission still doesn't understand that too much regulation produces bad results. In the environmental area, we have over 20 pieces of legislation, and the pieces of legislation just keep on coming. We're talking about the quality of land, the quality of soil, and Commission wants to regulate even these areas. It wants to control these matters. And I want to stress once again that we have to show more trust in our farmers. We have to provide them with scientific research, knowledge, so that they can make use of that, so that they can apply research and science in practice in their enterprises, in their farms, creating pieces of legislation, new pieces of legislation is counterproductive, will create more mistrust and more red tape in Europe. And I agree with the context, with the message of the question. It is an important battle. We're fighting it, and my hope is that Europe will have this positive approach to its farmers, understand that there will be this understanding that strict regulation only leads to the destruction of farms. We are approaching the election season, and I am fearful that many will say that this is not the type of Europe we want to have. Uh, all of us in Europe would like to have more European produce used, consumed in Europe, as opposed to import a lot more. So protectionist policy will have to be in place in one form or another. What are we going to do with the Ukrainian produce, with grain, with vegetables in the future? How will our farmers, European farmers, respond? Or how about the European policy makers? Because in Poland, they are protesting now with and they're fighting against the entry of Ukrainian produce to the EU market. Will CO2 border CO2 tax suffice? What do we do? Well, we have to be truthful. And the truth is as follows. All food products that come to the EU from Ukraine fail to meet the European Union standards. That is true. We understand that now. Farmers understand that now. And everybody seems to understand that the European Commission has double standards. Grain from Ukraine was never intended to EU 27. This grain was intended to people who actually needed those grains. Those people who were starving and were dependent on the exports of Ukrainian grain, which means that the European Commission failed to do its job well. The solidarity corridors were announced pretty early on, but the practical implementation of them, the realization of this idea was delayed, and some of the grain did end up in the Polish and Hungarian warehouses. Putin made use of this fact and used this fact by selling its own grain in other countries. CO2 tax on the border is not applied in practice. Ukraine is exempted from this, but for me, what is important that we all have the same level playing field, and in Europe we're reaching for the highest standard, and that those high standards should apply to all produce that comes into the EU. So our policymakers have to actually understand concerns of our farmers. So director of the Agricultural House Chamber, thank you very much for your answers. A lot of land in Ukraine is managed by Germans, by US, Dutch, and even Lithuanian businessmen. So does that mean that our businessmen grow bad produce? We also know that Ukraine grows a lot of organic produce that is certified by German certifying bodies and Lithuanian certifying bodies. Does that mean that our certification bodies are doing a poor job? How do we understand this, interpret this? I can only repeat what I was told by colleagues who have direct experience with this and what I keep hearing from them. Whether it's Dutch, whether it's German or US companies, they work using under the same standards that are applied in Europe. But when it comes to grain, grain can be stored at poor conditions, transported at poor conditions. So there is a risk that some standards are not complied with. The country is at war. Obviously, we cannot reprimand that country for this, and I don't want to do this. What we need to do is just to speak openly about this. We are controlling the produce, we are conducting laboratory tests, and I cannot tell you in great detail what portion of the product is non-compliant with our standards. But there's also a risk of corruption, and I don't want to point fingers, but this happens as well. Thank you very much. Our time is up. Oh, I'm sorry, we have the last question from the Gintautas Kniušta, chairman of the Rural Committee of the Parliament, Lithuanian Parliament. When Lithuania joined the EU, European Commissioner gave us a very strict promise that regarding direct payments to Lithuanian farmers. It's 2023, and Lithuanian farmers are still among the farmers in the EU that receive the lowest payments from the EU, though quite the opposite was promised. So the question goes to you. Our Lithuanian European Parliament members don't do anything about this. You're talking about supporting farmers, about trusting farmers, but the European Parliament forecast says that the number of farmers in Europe will go down by millions and will be only 62% from the 2012 levels.
Ja, das ist eine traurige Zahl. Das heißt, dass die landwirtschaftlichen Betriebe
Yes,
immer weniger werden.
the figures are truly saddening, and it's sad to see how farmers shut down their farms because they cannot meet the requirements and because there is no generation to take over their farms. So yes, these figures are worrying. In our committee, we were talking about the young generation and young farmers, and we have this imbalance. If we want young people to take up farming, I cannot raise the bar even higher. I cannot introduce even more and more standards. I cannot make farmers feel bad. When it comes to direct payments, I do know that the size of payments differs depending on the state. And it is linked, they are linked with living costs. In Germany, the cost of living is higher. But in the last stage of reforms, we have this expectation of direct payments to be on the same level. Thank you. We are running out of time. Actually, we have run out of time, and we can only conclude with the last idea from Marlene. Ukraine does pose a threat to our market, but our decisions should also take into account other values and factors as well, because the country is at war, so we should think about this as well. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in this discussion. We had Daiba Yakaite, head of the European Parliament Liaison Office. We had Mr. Olakas from the European Parliament Socialists and Democrats, Rasa Melnikina from the Lithuanian Institute of Agrarian Economics, and Marlene Makler, member of the European Parliament. I was moderating the discussion. And before we move on to the practical part of the conference, that is lunch, it's important to listen to several messages. If you took a headset, please leave it at the back of the room, and I'll see you all a bit afterwards.
We are going to speak Lithuanian, but we will have speakers who will speak English. Good afternoon. It's great to see you in this hall and in this discussion, and we expect that it will be very interesting because we prepared impressive speakers. I'm Rasa Bagnonienė, partner at Market Smart, and I'm glad to moderate this discussion. We will speak about food security in the face of crisis. Let's use the word crisis because there are a lot of dramas in geopolitics. We have to speak about preparation, and this is the first time we meet to discuss this issue from different points of view. We will see what horizons we have ahead of us, what we should do, and what the role of food industry is. No matter what crises are, in order to withstand them, people have to eat, and we have to prepare for it so that we know what we should do. So I'm glad to introduce the panelists who will participate in sharing of insights on the topic. First of all, I would like to introduce Dirk Jacobs, the Director General of Food Drink Europe, and he will overview the picture of the European food industry. He will provide the picture of this industry because it's of great interest to this audience. And it's high time to speak about the food industry in different terms. It is a very complex structure in the global world, and the supply chains are very complicated. We're not speaking about individual factories.
I'm introducing all the speakers. So you are the first to be introduced to the panel, and we'll soon get to your presentation. Toliau mes pakalbėsime, kaip visas šitas vaizdas reflektuotas yra Lietuvoje.
Later on, we will speak on how this picture is reflected in Lithuania, what food industry looks like in Lithuania, how Lithuanian food industry evolutionized to this complex structure, and how can we meet the challenges ahead of us. Mindaugas Narskis will cover this topic, and he is the chairman of the board at Lithuanian Food Industry Association. Later on, we will speak about the strategies of the state and the strategic guidelines in this area. We are delighted to see Tomas Godliauskas, the advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, from the National Security Group in this discussion. We will also cover how these actions are being implemented and what scenarios have been created and what we have done in terms of planning and our further steps. We don't have a better speaker than Aurimos Guščius, who is the senior advisor at the National Crisis Management Center at the Office of the Government of the Republic of Lithuania. We are all aware about the developments all over the world. Different countries are preparing for the challenges ahead of us, and it will be very interesting to hear about an exotic experience from Japan. We often learn things from Japan, and Kristina Minekienė, an agricultural attaché to Japan, has connected to us remotely, directly from Tokyo. And we will share the insights, and we will see whether we are lagging behind or maybe we are making progress hand in hand. Natural calamities and different crises struck at different points all over the globe, and I believe it's very practical to see what's happening on the other side of the globe. And finally, we need NGOs which represent the civil society, which tells what's missing and lacking, and we have the best speaker in this field, Simonas Gurevičius, the director of Food Bank, and all of us know Food Bank. He will speak about the challenges faced by NGOs, society, and volunteers in the face of different crises such as COVID and so on. So Simonas will share his insights about this. You will be able to ask the questions. I will be able to see them on the screen, so the panelists will answer your questions. You will have the mics in this hall, and you can raise the hand as well and ask a question to the panelist in any language, Lithuanian or English. And we want to have an interesting and relevant discussion, so questions can be asked at any point in time. Well, maybe allow the speakers to finish their sentences, and we are open to questions, discussions, disagreements, and we have a lot of experts in the audience who know a lot. So this is an introduction from me. Maybe you have any questions right now or some wishes, because our aim is to leave this meeting with a very clear understanding that the discussion will continue, because food industry, food producers want to understand their role, their responsibility, their obligations. They want to be very constructive, and they want to know their tasks. So let's start. If there are no initial questions, let's start our discussion.
Yeah, and the floor is yours. Welcome.
Super, thank you. Labas dienas, and thank you very much for having me into this distinguished panel and distinguished discussion, a very important discussion indeed. I would have loved to be with you in Lithuania, in Vilnius, but unfortunately my travel schedule did not allow it. I have a warm heart for the Baltic states, as my wife is Latvian, so I hope to be able to visit Lithuania also soon again. Indeed, my name is Derek Jacobs, and I'm Director General of Food Drink Europe, the voice of the European food and drink industry. And what was said before is absolutely right. The food and drink industry is not a homogeneous bunch. We have over 294,000 companies in our midst, 294,000 companies that are all very diverse in the way their production is organized, in the way business models are implemented, the strategies they are applying. And this is also the beauty of our sector. We are a sector that covers so many food and drink categories and models that makes it very rich, and that's what Europe should indeed be proud of. So 294,000 companies, 99% of which are small and medium-sized enterprises, and out of those 99%, are 90% approximately micro enterprises, which means that these are companies that have fewer than 10 people employed in their organization. So this is an important given, because we are a very local sector, a sector that is often very closely interlinked with the farmers. 70% of what European farmers produce goes into processing, manufacturing. And that's why also geographically we are much more related in the rural, located in the rural areas of Europe. Another interesting fact about our sector is that the European food and drink sector is one of the largest manufacturing sectors of Europe in terms of turnover, with a turnover of over 1 trillion euros per year. But we're also the largest employer in the manufacturing sectors of Europe, with over 4.6 million people being employed in food and drink manufacturing. And if you extend that even to the wider food chain, it's in the 40 to 50 millions. So this is quite considerable. And we're also the largest sector in terms of providing added value. 0.9% of the gross GDP of Europe is coming from food and drink manufacturing. Another interesting statistic is that we are the largest exporter of food and drink in the world as an EU. So that makes us also an important player on the global stage. And indeed, there is a lot of interlinkage of companies, of supply chains, of streams that are that make our interesting industry also rather complex. And we've seen that when we were confronted with the discussions on Brexit, where borders and controls were put in place and sort of leading to additional costs for industry, where you have, for instance, the example of a Baileys, the liquor cream that travels between Northern Ireland and Ireland 6 times before it is turned into the final product. So if 6 times you're confronted with additional charges and costs because of customs inspections and so forth, you can imagine the challenge. But we've also seen those challenges when we were confronted with the COVID pandemic, when we've been confronted with the ongoing war in Ukraine, when we are dealing with energy crisis. It's always that food and food production is center stage. And there are 3 different impacts that I think you can identify. One is the impact on supply and on inputs. We've seen how vulnerable we've been when agricultural raw materials and prices have jumped considerably, how vulnerable we still are if harvests do not go right, and how that impacts the production along the chain. So think, for instance, about French mustard. Last year, the harvest of mustard seeds in the east of Europe, but also in Canada, has not gone according to plan. And this year, we're faced with shortages of mustard seeds that are used for the production of mustard, French mustard in particular. So this shows the vulnerability on the input side, but it's also about energy. In Europe, we face a competitive disadvantage, also partly due to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, in terms of energy and like energy availability, but also the price of energy, the cost of energy has skyrocketed and is still not back to the levels that we were confronted with before the pandemic. Things like packaging is another one where prices of containers and so forth have gone up considerably, where also the availability has been a huge issue. So this has been a huge section of impact, no matter the kind of crisis that you've been talking about, whether you're talking about geopolitical crisis or health pandemic crisis, and so forth. This input side is a vulnerability. A second element is around markets. When the COVID pandemic happened, we lost markets in the HoReCa sector, for instance, the hospitality sector, the bars, restaurants that worked for a while, exports into other, like sort of premium exports into other countries that had closed the borders and so forth. So that also has put a lot of challenges. And we've seen the same when, of course, when the war in Ukraine started, in terms of availability of the raw materials again. Sunflower oil coming from Ukraine, for instance, that where companies had to switch. And a third element, and I should say maybe also there that countries' first reaction in many instances has been to impose export bans or export restrictions, which has actually made things worse. So an open market is crucial in order to preserve supply chain, production, and so forth. And the third element, sometimes a bit overlooked, is labor, people. So we were confronted during the pandemic with the fact that workers in the factories could not move from one country to another. They couldn't go to their factories. And in fact, we're seeing now the same even in Israel and Gaza, where some people that are living on the West Bank are not able to enter to their work because they are stuck. So these are the kind of vulnerabilities that are affecting our food production, and we have to think about what can we do to build preparedness and resilience of food production moving forward. Now, coming to that, there are, in our view, two different strands of action that are needed. There is short-term measures that are needed. We've for instance, as a food industry, need flexibility to switch very quickly our sourcing in case of disruption of our supply chains. So when we were confronted with a lack of available sunflower oil coming from Ukraine, can we switch to alternative oils? Can we do so in a way that where there's flexibility in the labeling? So that we don't need to change the packaging and create waste and all of that. So there are some short-term measures that are needed, both in terms of the policy, but also in terms of the financial support, particularly for the small companies I was talking about. So all these recovery reliefs, all these temporary state aid funds that have been imposed also by the EU, that is something that needs to be structurally ingrained in policy. But even more importantly, knowing that we are going to be confronted with crisis in the next years or in the next decades, we now need to also focus on the medium to long-term building of resilience and sustainability of our food systems. And we believe that is, on the one hand, a matter of diversification. So we cannot all produce exactly the same, and we should not. We should diversify crops. We should diversify our business models. We should diversify trade, because also trade has an important role to play, but we cannot just only do trade with a few countries and that's it. So there's a diversification strategy that is absolutely needed. But there's also the need for investment. And it's with also the EU elections in mind that we, as Food Drink Europe, have been calling for a food investment and resilience plan, something that helps to accelerate the green transition and make it such a transition that it is not only a sustainable transition, but also a competitive and a resilience transition. So allowing companies with investment capacity to invest in greening the supply chains and making supply chains stronger. So this food investment and resilience plans has 5 different elements, where one aspect is investment. And we estimate that we need approximately 50 billion euro per year only to transition to sustainable agriculture. So that cannot only be covered by the common agricultural policy. We need to find all other streams for that. Secondly, we need innovation. We need to do much better as Europe European Union to speed up innovation. And if you compare ourselves to the US or to China or India, they are much faster in allowing access to innovation also in the food space. So we need to step that up. Thirdly, we need better security of supply and trade. So we need to have a proactive trade agenda, sign free trade agreements with countries that are reliable, that share our values, that we can work with to avoid that we are confronted with shortages in the future. Fourthly, we need to have better regulation. We are seeing a fragmentation of the single market of the European Union, which is in fact going against building resilience and being prepared for crisis. And in fact, all the crises were resolved, all the crisis measures that the EU took, like the green lanes, the solidarity lanes, and all of that, are coming back to the single market. So the single market is absolutely crucial. And then lastly, we need better governance. We still see a lot of, also in the regulatory side, a lot of incoherence and inconsistency between different policies that are making it very difficult to really be prepared for the future. So we hope that this idea of a food investment and resilience plan, which you can also find on our website, will be carried forward. We have the EU elections coming up in June 2024. So I would also like to thank the Lithuanian Food Industry Association for having this debate. But also there's now a momentum to build a much more systemic approach to crisis preparedness and resilience for the food and drink industry. So let's take that moment, and I hope that we can have a good conversation on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Jo, dalykų tikrai yra nemažai, vien 5 punktus suprasti ir juos...
Well, a lot has been said, and it's very difficult to transform the whole sector from regulation, and we would have to organize a separate conference on that. And Mindaugas, what does Lithuania look like in this whole picture? How much can we take from the presentation by Mr. Dirk? Could you briefly introduce, you know what Lithuanian food industry is, you probably know all the Lithuanian products and brands.
So thank you, Dirk, for this European perspective. I was very interested by the figures you've presented. So if we were to consider the Lithuanian food industry and as an integral part of the European food industry, we believe that the Lithuanian food industry, just like on a European level, is major employer. We employ over 40,000 people. That's the latest figures. We have around 1,000 companies working in the industry. That figure is rather stable, but we have to consider one thing. The food industry is a large employer. In Lithuania, we have a lot of small settlements, small towns, and a lot of the times the food industry is the major employer, sometimes even the only employer in smaller areas like this. Our latest figures show that the turnover of the food industry was around 55.5 million billion of I don't want to underestimate anyone, but I think that the Lithuanian government focuses too much on the laser industry. That's the buzzword right now, though in my opinion the food industry is more significant. So the government talks about the lasers, optics, and things like that, but in this area employs only 6,000 people compared to the 40,000 employed by the food industry. When it comes to added value, they create only 2 billion compared to our 5.5 billion. So I believe that the food industry is 4 times larger than the lasers industry here in Lithuania. Another thing is when it comes to the Lithuanian food industry, we diversify. We've diversified our trade. We've moved away from the markets that are we don't see the potential working with. We have great, very well developed agriculture. We have all the distribution channels here. We have access to raw material produced here in Lithuania. And when it comes to the complexity of the market, so I'll give you a very simple example. A member of our association, the company I represent, Kėdainiai plant, we produce canned foods, and we are the largest producer of canned foods in Lithuania. Our raw materials come from Lithuania, but the other components come from 25 countries across the world, from Ukraine, from Israel, from Egypt, Portugal. And 25% of turnover that the plant generates leaves the plant as final product and goes to 25 countries again around the world. So we diversify what we buy and we diversify where we export. So if we look at the international players and how we look in this context, so we have a plant in Lithuania that outsources materials and product from 100 other plants across the world, including the US. One of our member of association, fresh bread producer, Vilnius Duona, Vilnius brand, has a similar situation. Flour comes from Lithuania, but other components, seeds, and other things come from Europe and the rest of the world. So we have to understand one thing. We all know the Maslow pyramid. And we understand that the basis of the pyramid is the human needs, the basic human needs, right? Food, and then we go up. So food is important. Food is equally important as air. Let's try to survive without air. That's impossible. The same goes for food. You can have this challenge. Stop eating for one day, and you'll see pretty quickly what it means to be without food. We have to understand that when we are talking about the food industry and how it works at the time of crisis, and we've seen those crises, numerous crises, and a lot more crises just recently, COVID pandemic, war Ukraine. Imagine a situation, hopefully this never happens, but imagine a situation that we have mobilization in Lithuania. Some people move away, abroad, other people are conscripted. So will we have enough people to produce food? Another example, and I talked with a colleague of mine from Kėdainiai plant. We have solar panels on the roof. We generate 25% of our electricity needs. But let's imagine there is no grid. The grid doesn't work, and these solar panels will not meet our needs. There are other wind farms, other solar panels, but the company itself can generate only 25% of its electricity needs. So imagine if all other energy generating resources just shut down. The company cannot work with just 25% of electricity it can generate. This shows you how important the security of supply chain is. of all components. So that, and all of us here, we definitely understand the importance of food security and the security of supply chains. If you don't understand that, then go back to the basis. And if you want to have deeper understanding how important this food industry is, try to live without food for a day, for a week, whatever. So I think that we need to talk. We need to discuss what do we need to ensure stable, sustainable operation, functioning of every part in our supply chain. Let's work through worst case scenarios as well, because we are exporting a lot. As I mentioned, we generate 5.5 billion euros in turnover. So we create added value to the Lithuanian economy, but that is only possible when we have well-functioning supply chains. If anything breaks, we won't be able to export, we won't be able to generate added value. I don't know what you took from this message, but that's what's from me. So, Mindaugas is painting an impressive scenario, and you can have different approaches to this. I'm a bit more optimistic than Mindaugas was. He's very dramatic. I think that thinking and planning happens maybe behind the scenes. We don't know about that, but let's then talk about strategic insight. Let's talk to Mindaugas. Industry players are in their own bubble. Let's see, like this, and we focus on our industry. You see things a little bit more broadly. You work in broader strategies. So I want to listen to your insights. Where do we stand? What is our role in the society? Let's not focus on single sector. On a single sector, let's talk broadly about the food industry. Mindaugas has touched upon several important matters to address, to discuss, to debate, and I will try to expand on this a little bit more. We actually work through worst case scenarios, just like Mindaugas said we need to do. And at the president's office, we are talking about roles and responsibilities the industry players could have, and what role the food industry could play in these worst case scenarios. And I believe Mindaugas gave a very good example. You will understand how important the industry is if you just stop eating for a day. The same goes for air. When it comes to the military, we understand how important it is, in particular, if it doesn't have ammunition and supplies. On the state level, when we look at the critically important functions, food is one of them. Food as a dimension affects all areas. It affects the needs of the military, it affects the needs of our citizens, it affects the needs of our institutions. So they're horizontally affecting everything. And nobody disputes the relevancy and the importance of the food industry. So how, on the state level, how do we see the food industry and what its role is? So we try to sort of place the food industry in the national strategies, in national structures. We ask a lot of questions. We put those questions to stakeholders, and we have strategic discussions with stakeholders. And actually, we had these discussions just recently. We do talk about the need for the food industry, and not just industry. We don't limit ourselves to the food industry. Obviously, we're talking about healthcare sector, about the raw materials, because everything is interconnected. In all of these discussions, we wanted to understand what do you need, when do you need, how do you need it. All of these questions are really important, and on a state level, we have to answer them all. And for that, you need to have a clear understanding how things work. I don't want to talk about what happens in the peacetime. I think it's more important to understand what to do in a crisis situation. Let's say we have an emergency. Let's say we have war. What do we do then? Obviously, even in crisis time, supply chains have to work, right? People have to work. People have to eat. But when and if a war breaks out, there are certain things to consider. We have a recently adopted national defense plan. That plan will encourage our institutions, and hopefully it will encourage our industry, encourage our general population, and encourage them to reflect what their role is, in particular in the context on national defense. How do we contribute as industry players, as citizens? The State Defense Board has adopted this plan, National Defense Plan. It's public. You can access it on the board's website. And in that plan, you have certain tasks that are placed horizontally. And these tasks relate to critically important functions to the state. Functions that would have to work if a country faces a crisis. In these tasks, we try to respond to these critical needs of the state. So the principle we followed was every organization, and that includes the food industry, voluntary organizations, NGOs, they have to find their own place in the defense plan. They have to find their place in relation to these state functions. So briefly, so when we talk about the food industry, when we talk about food in general, we talk about needs. So it's not just the producer who's important. Grower, farmer is important. Logistic company is important because they distribute that food. People are important, so the labor force that are going to distribute the food, foreign contexts are important. When we are talking about food, we should have in mind that this is a family. Let's look at the food industry then as a family. As a family, including a lot of members, and every member contributes with some sort of a tool to help and meet the needs of the state, which means that we cannot do anything without the food industry players and other. So from the bottom, there is this push to find this integrity, to achieve this integrity and define our roles. Where do we stand in the state structures? And obviously, everything is being considered in the context of military and our defense capabilities, but it also affects the food industry. So what are we going to do? It's very important when discussing national crisis education is important. Education on the top level is important. Education of managers, education of industry players, of sectors, understanding what each sector will have to do is key. And if we face a crisis, there will be numerous issues, problems to address. The pandemic situation, COVID-19 situation, has shown us that. So if we are to face a greater crisis than COVID, then obviously the problems will be even more complex. And every complex crisis, war, would mean restrictions on the general population, will mean restriction of movement, which also means that the industry will be restricted in the way it operates. So everything is linked. That is why during peacetime we have to consider and plan in advance for these things. And it's important to bring the industry, non-governmental organizations, policymakers together to sit at a table and discuss how they cooperate and how they interact and how supporting each other would look like. So organization, when it looks at its own structures, organization also now has to take into account the fact that it would need to contribute in a crisis situation. It needs to consider in its own policies how it intends to do that. And therefore, it's important for the industry players to look at their supply chains to see what they get from where, how does organization secure its supply chains. So there is a lot of work to do, and there were a lot of remarks about external players. So we have to understand, or sort of to evaluate, assess how much we can rely on ourselves, to assess how much we are dependent on external suppliers. And it's important to do that for strategic reasons. So if you have any red flags as an organization, if there are some gaps in your security, in your supply chains, you should take action to sort of minimize possible risks, to prevent a scenario where you have to completely shut down. Let's say you have to shut down your plant simply because you don't have metal to produce cans, probably. We want to avoid situations where you have raw material, we have the product, but you probably don't have the packaging material where to put that product. So all these things have to be considered, in particular in war-like situations, in crisis situations. So the idea is, if you introduce certain restrictions because of a crisis, everyone has to understand what to do. And if we are talking about a possibility of a war, there will be labor shortages, there will be restrictions of meeting your relatives, meeting your children maybe. And as an organization, as a food industry player, you have to think about simple things like, where do I get my workers from? And organization needs to think about this in advance. And let's assume that in the National Defense Plan, you are assigned as an organization a certain role. You will have to produce something to meet the needs of the state. You obviously, as an organization, have to consider in advice, where do you get your people? How do you get your people to the place of work? To make sure that the functions you're supposed to do are continuing. You have to have people who lift things, who unload products, unload goods. So, as an organization, you have to take into consideration whether you'll have the labor force needed in a war situation. Another thing is material resources. Again, an organization has to consider how much of them it needs to meet the needs of the state, because the previous speaker was talking about 40,000 of people employed in the industry. So you have to understand that in a crisis situation, in a war situation, you will not have that people working for you. There will be restrictions on who can work for you. Some people will be taking to perform other functions. Obviously, this is a big task to do, and we need to support each other. And the state wants to do its part. It wants to support the military function, and other functions that will be necessary to ensure normal life. So this is just an introduction, but it's a very broad introduction of what we can do in a crisis situation. Unfortunately, we're limited by time. We have very limited amount of time for this discussion. So let's focus. Let's focus on these scenarios. What kind of scenarios are we talking about? What you should expect in the future, because let's not forget, we still have to listen to our attaché in Japan. But before that, Aurimas, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this discussion on a very important topic and very relevant topic. I want to make things easier for you. Let's talk about preparedness for the crisis. How are we preparing for crisis situations as the food industry? Where do we stand? What can we do? And what should we still learn to do? So every state experiences certain events. Let's say an emergency event is a crisis, emergency situation on a national level. National emergency would affect us across all sectors, and we need to be prepared for any crisis. What does that mean? You need to evaluate, sort of do assessment of threats and weaknesses and strengths, anticipate possible scenarios and possible threats. So once you can, here you have a list of potential threats. All of them are more or less linked to food. They don't necessarily completely disrupt the supply chains, but they do affect our food security. Let's say that we have a threat to national security. If we have such a threat, the first thing to consider is our stock. And we can have an emergency situation, mobilization, or war situation. So when we have an emergency situation, the practice that we use is we stockpile certain resources, certain materials, and let's say from the start of the emergency or the crisis, we start stockpiling to ensure supply and the satisfaction of needs to some degree of our general public population. Mobilization, conscription. Let's not be afraid of that word. We are part of the NATO family. We have back in the back, people standing in the back sort of are supporting us from behind, and we will have help coming, but internally inside this state we have to prepare for initial periods, and we have to make sure that we can last until help arrives. So to survive during that period, we need to focus, to concentrate our capacities, our industrial capabilities for a certain period of time. So because for that specific period of time, we have a stockpile of resources. So there will, in a crisis situation, supply chains will be disrupted. We will not have stability. We might not have raw materials to produce cans to pack our food. So this is where stockpiling helps, because earlier, some period before mobilization, we were stockpiling, and we can now use these resources and these stock. Also, we can expect support from foreign countries after initial military action. Definitely, our partners will help. We, on a national level, we have lists of top suppliers, reliable suppliers, and even in this situation, with the war approaching already here, we can employ these suppliers to continue production, to continue the production of food. As a state, we have to evaluate best practices from other countries. And on the map, you see Scandinavian countries, Czechia, and we can look at them, what are their best practices, how they stockpile food, and learn from them. As a state, we have to evaluate our own size. For example, in Ukraine, war is happening mainly in the east. Because of the small size of Lithuania, war would affect the whole of the country. So we need, as a state, to have in our reserves raw materials, grain. Other countries, Poland, for example, stockpiles food, but very little amounts of it, because the bigger countries tend to stockpile raw materials rather than food. Other countries, mainly neutral countries, do so as well. They have huge stockpiles of raw materials, grain, feed, some energy resources, and they keep on stockpiling on these raw materials. The other thing to consider is legal regulation. The UK, the Netherlands have pieces of legislation that clearly set out what to do in case of war, and that you move in a war situation, you move from exporting to meeting the domestic needs. And that's dependent on how much a country can produce internally, domestically. And that's the same thing we do. We try to assess what we can import, what we can produce ourselves. We also have to consider whether our neighboring countries will be of support to us. Will there be any chance to import food or raw materials from our neighbors? For example, if there is war, it is most likely that Latvia and Estonia, two countries, two neighboring countries that are very small as well, would probably not be those channels where we can import food from. So what you have to do in the food industry to see at your to look at your context, to look at your historical circumstances, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're going around countries in Europe, learning from their best practices. We're looking at three scenarios: emergency, mobilization, and war. And we try to prepare for these three scenarios. Mindaugas mentioned the labor force, what happens during mobilization, and that if there is mobilization, the food industry will not have enough labor force to produce enough food. So mobilization will affect human resources, and that's why organizations have to look at the functions inside that are critical to them so that they have people for those critical functions. Thank you. But I don't think you mentioned that you were visiting European countries, but not Japan. You've never been to Japan. No, we didn't go to Japan to look at their best practices. So question number one now, a key question. What our attaché from Japan can tell us how discussions are progressing.
Thank you very much for this possibility to speak and listen to a very interesting situation about the current situation. When I was listening to this discussion, I found a lot of similarities with Japan, because Japan is also making attempts to coordinate with the international community and to make its internal resources most efficiently. In the recent years and the pandemic and the war in Ukraine unveiled these vulnerabilities in the global supply chains, and they are subject to several factors. A low number of navigation companies is one of this. So food security in Japan and all over the world led to the discussions about the preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Japan is the second global food importer, and it's fully reliable on agricultural produce. Livestock products account to 90% of its produce. So climate change affected food security and the growth of developing countries, and this political risk was not in proper focus. The current situation in Japan makes them realize that it's important to implement several tier actions. From the internal perspective, Japanese experts believe that Japan should reinforce its internal production, irrespective of the fact that it's rather small and couldn't meet the minimum requirements if there is a disruption in the supply chain. The free trade system should be maintained, and it has already been mentioned in other presentations and comparisons with other countries. It's necessary to cooperate closely with the international community, because in case of emergencies, food products should be supplied from abroad. From the global perspective, food products that are necessary for people to exist, and that is why they are important, and the global food supply chain should be reinforced. So this applies to Japan as well. Japan needs to review policies in relation to food supply, and Japan sees as a way out the strengthening of international cooperation. At the moment, Japan purchases products from friendly countries such as Australia and the US. Nevertheless, to get prepared for the disruption of supply, the food supply diplomacy should be in place. So before emergencies, a plan should be made to establish relations which would prioritize supply of food products to Japan in case of crisis. And if the import is disrupted because of the emergency, the Japan should be able to buy excess products produced by other countries. This was the case in the Cold War era. Japan used to buy from the US, but nowadays the situation is different, and Japan's purchasing power relatively reduced. For some time, it has been thought that Japan could use its economic power to supply itself with food, but the recent crisis proved that economic power is not enough and more complex systems and strategies are necessary. In terms of strategies, the food security is mentioned in the Japan's national strategy. And it's the basis of providing security for Japanese society. The trade is not stable all over the world, and this is the challenge Japan faces as well. So the supply structure should be reviewed, and the Japanese food policy is based on internal production and increasing its capabilities. A year ago, in December, the Agricultural Ministry of Japan formulated a new strategy for food security, and it focuses a lot on local agricultural products, their production from local resources, which are largely dependent on external markets. And it's also noted that it's necessary to promote labor-saving means and use robots, information technologies. And it's hoped that information technology companies, scientific institutes will cooperate and will speed up introduction of innovations. And the strategy of the Agricultural Ministry involves innovations by 2050. I will briefly introduce the past experiences of Japan, such as Fukushima nuclear power plant catastrophe, and they highlighted the importance of cooperation between the government and private entities. I will provide several examples how Japan deals with these issues. So governmental and private entities cooperated after Fukushima catastrophe. They cooperate closely in order to provide the resources to the regions that suffered. Private companies were important in clearing the regions from radiation and so on. Another thing is cooperation in preparation for crisis. Japan cooperates with companies in order to prepare crisis management plans, and Japanese Business Federation established a working group which promotes business planning, and they organize training and exercises on applying these plans. In order to ensure food security, the government encourages the development of local food production systems. And the lessons learned during these crises were of great value. The earthquake, for example, in 2011 assisted Japan to prepare better for other crises, for reinforcing their capabilities. The government invests a lot into new technologies, such as the warning systems, and cooperation with neighboring countries should be noted. Japan promotes cooperation with neighboring countries in order to reinforce preparation for crisis and improve its response capabilities. And Japan also assists the countries in the Pacific region in this area. And to conclude, the most important elements for Japan, speaking about the food security and the capabilities, a close cooperation with international community, food diplomacy, restructuring food structures, and strong national supply chain. The government makes every effort to make agriculture profitable and attractive for employees, which contributes to imports and exports. Thank you very much. So our panelists have a lot to say, and this discussion is too short, and I hope we will go back to this topic. And this food diplomacy is an important thing, and all these and you, Simonas, you should summarize this discussion, and you have 1 minute for it. I'm a representative of Food Bank, and I would like to say how we would prepare. So if we want to prepare for a potential crisis, a terrible crisis, or just a simple crisis, we develop our infrastructure, because it's very important to be present in each municipality and to have a representation in each municipality where we could distribute food. So this is the major change. And another change that was initiated by you, because you have to be able to take this food, you have to have contact with those who have food. So we work not only with the traders, but we look for contacts with you, and we look for contacts with farmers. A lot of people know the name of Food Bank, but they don't understand what it is. When we speak about financial institution, a bank, it's about money, and they don't quite realize what a food bank is. So we try to maintain contact with all stakeholders, and a food bank should have some food which is stored in our bank, and this food is then distributed when the crisis hits. So we should have food in our warehouses, but I'm not going to delve in great detail. My major question, if we have these systems, the bank will provide food to people. Yes, that's right. Thank you very much for participating. And sorry, I'm very sorry that this session took a bit longer than planned.
Okay, I believe everyone's here and we can start with the next panel discussion. And if you listen to the previous discussion, you might have heard that Lithuania is not prepared for emergency situations. We do have mills, but their capacities will only last for 3 to 4 days. So you'll have bread for 3 to 4 days. But if we are to face a war and mobilization, then even if you have electricity, you won't have the labor force. But today we're going to, in this panel discussion, we're also going to talk about socio-economic dimensions of agrifood sustainability, so harvesting equity. This is a very complicated title, but Aiste Miliūtė Pranckūnienė will give us a more simplified version of equity. Can this become a reality? I see CEO at Birštonas Mineral Water. Harvesting equity has is a multifaceted concept. It includes policy makers, elections, voting at elections, consumers, the general public. And then we'll move on to Bronius Markauskas, who is mayor of Klaipėda District Municipality, former farmer. He was one of those farmers who stopped traffic in Lithuania a decade ago. Raimondas Juknevičius, chairman at the Lithuanian Farmers Union. He's a current farmer. I don't know whether he has any intentions to block roads and stop traffic here in Lithuania. Not now. And then we have Nijolė Zinkevičienė, who's vice rector for research and partnerships of Vilnius College, higher education institution. And Karolis Sankauskas, owner of Design Solutions company. So he's a person who is in constant movement between Lithuania and Ukraine. The floor is yours. I don't know whether I should remain seated or go to the stage, to the microphone. Let me stand up. I'll talk and discuss things with you, things that I understand the best, and that is water. Water sommelier and founder of Aquila Mineral Water. I often get asked, water in bottles, is it sustainable? Is it not? I always say that I bottle things that people don't take and drink from the tap. 70% of us is water. And a lot of the time, we take this for granted. We take water for granted, something we can get just by opening our tap, which is true. But I hopefully will be able to say something that you've never heard before. In war, the first thing that you start lacking is water. We are part also of the National Reserve Plan. We provide, we supply reserve water. Hopefully, we'll never have to use the stockpile of water. Hopefully, if this never happens, a person cannot live without air, and water is next to air. A person can survive only a couple of days without water. How do we contribute to sustainability? I'm very happy that this year we had the latest research on dehydration. and hydration. Research involved over 15,000 participants, subjects, and research showed that that there is an increase of 50% of aging faster if you are dehydrated. And I'll show you the figures. So, and there is an increase of likelihood to uh, increase chronic diseases by 64%. Dehydration increases your risk of chronic disease by 64%, which means that consuming water, drinking water, can ensure healthy life for us. So how does this look like? So these are a couple of figures taken from the study. What was tested was sodium serum quantity. If these quantities increase, then our body acts as a cactus. Sort of, we store this. We store mineral deposits in our blood, helping with hydration. So the normal quantities are between 135 and 145 milliliters. So if our sodium levels are really high in the blood, the people in the study were researched for a month, almost a month. So even a slight dehydration increases the risk of aging. Sort of our biological age, our aging process increases.
Vėlgi, net 64% padidėja
So
tikimybė.
you can see here that levels less than 142 millimoles increase the likelihood of your biological age being higher than your chronological age by 10-15%, which means that dehydration affects our bodies and affects our health significantly. So what are the symptoms of dehydration? A lot of the time people say that I don't want to drink, therefore I'm hydrated. So we associate hydration with how much water we want to drink. So if you are feeling thirsty, then that means you are dehydrated. Fatigue is also a sign of dehydration. Sports, stress, heat, dry weather, dry air, dry foods, coffee, water, alcohol, carbonated soft drinks are all foods and drinks that increase dehydration in our bodies. Here you can see how much water you need during activities, because a lot of the time, for example, we say that sports is good for you. It leads to better, healthier, longer life. So you need to exercise to be healthy. But sport increases dehydration. That is why it is recommended to drink between 500 to 600 milliliters of water 2 to 3 hours before a exercise, not after your exercise when you're so thirsty that you can have a gallon of water. Why water is good, why Aquila, for example, is sustainable. Aquila is a water that is naturally alkaline. Our diet is predominantly consists predominantly on acidic foods and acidic drinks. Therefore, we need to have enough alkaline sources of food and drinks to balance everything out. This is an example from a plane. So is what you see in the flight situations. Here in this room, moisture level, probably humidity is around 30–40%. Even in this kind of environment, we dehydrate. On a plane, humidity is around 10–20%. That's something similar to desert. On a plane, a lot of the time we don't drink for an hour or two, just because we don't want to go to the toilet on the plane. But that's not a good thing to do, because you dehydrate, and you dehydrate a lot. So that's why we believe that developing this habit of drinking early on has to be done. We lose as adults this habit of drinking enough water. So in order for us to keep on drinking enough water, we have to start from childhood. We have to start teaching our children to drink enough water. Why Aquila? Why I started this business? Why for me this business is sustainable? A lot of the time I get criticized that it's not sustainable because I bottle water in plastic. But this is a sustainable packaging. This is lightweight. This is easy to transport. And in our national reserves, the state, the government stockpiles everything in plastic packaging. And in order to survive, you need water. First and foremost, you need water. Water can be used safely by everybody, by babies, by pregnant women. And for pregnant women, consuming water is important. And it's better to drink bottled water, because our tap water can include nitrates that are bad for pregnant women's health. Bottled water, our water, Aquila, is protected from this. It does not include any harmful hazardous substance. And we have water on the table to practice the habit of drinking enough water. So water is beneficial for your health, and I'm very happy to see that dehydration studies are happening, and they are clear evidence that dehydration has effects on our health. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your presentation actually had an immediate effect. We are drinking. We are drinking water. Kazista is already with us. He was a little bit late, but now Kazis Tarkevičius, chairman of the Economic Committee of the Seimas, is here. Maybe he can have a microphone and then move on to the stage. If you have any questions, please write them in the chat. We'll definitely read them and ask our panelists to respond. Worst case scenario, I'll answer your questions myself. So let Kazis Tarkevičius join us on the stage. Bronius Markauskas has taken a sip of water, so he can now have a conversation with me or us. So, municipality, policymakers, food sustainability, stockpiling of food. In your practice, do you consider these things in your municipality, or you just follow directives, orders that come from the above? Are there any initiatives from the bottom up?
In every and each municipality and in municipality association, I'm a member of the European Regions Committee and a member of the European Natural Resources Committee. I drafted the opinion of the Committee on Aquacultures and Fisheries, but in principle, municipalities are close. Processing companies and farmers are within the competencies of municipalities. Today, the most relevant topic is our attempt to organize organic meals in kindergartens and schools, or in other words, the short food chain. My experience is probably is unique too, because I went on a strike. I was the one who blocked the roads, and I used to be the Minister of Agriculture, a policymaker, and I contributed to processing industry and the creation of cooperative Pienas.lt. And there is one thing that I'm delighted about. Approximately 7 years ago, agriculture was the sector that was deemed to be lagging behind, a primitive sector. Today, we are speaking about the sector which can, where can IT can be used, lasers and space technologies can be applied. I went to Hall 1, listened to presentations delivered there. Of course, I don't like when we speak about eating food from test tubes. I belong to the generation who doesn't like this idea. When we speak about this short food chain or organic food, we face problems because we see that the processing industry and the whole business took the path of deep processing and large farms. The products focused on exports. And Lithuania uses the products that were developed for exports with a lot of chemical substances among its ingredients. And if we want to implement this short food chain and to supply food products to our kindergartens and schools, I'm not speaking only about organic farming, because this sector reduced significantly. The Ministry of Agriculture supported organic meals, and in January we ran out of organic produce and we have to import it. When we speak about this short food chain, I mean that the produce grown by local farmers can be taken from these farms and brought to kindergartens and schools. And it shouldn't be just organic farm produce. We can ask large farmers to provide these products to ensure this short food chain, and I see a problem here. And it's not popular to discuss it because business focuses on different things, on bottles, on sales, on large money. And consumer, unfortunately, does not have a lot of choice. There are certain attempts, and serious competition is faced from the side of politicians and business. And I'm a bit concerned here. And I would like that at kindergartens, children receive products which are as little processed as possible. If we speak about vegetables, these vegetables should be close to us, Lithuanians, carrots, potatoes, rather than avocados. Avocados are good too, but we can grow good produce locally and to give this produce to our children, and not necessarily organically. And I see a number of challenges here, and I'm a little bit afraid of this food grown in test tubes, which is heavily technologically processed. And when much science is put into food, which should be tasty and preserved for a long period of time, and I'm convinced that it's not too late. And I will answer also the question you raised, should we accumulate large reserves? I don't think, and I don't think so. I know a lot of farmers. I know that they have huge storing facilities, storage facilities, and the state can relax here. Of course, the whole scheme and plan should be in place. Some time ago, Kazimieras and me had Jonavos grūdai, and we had large storage facilities, and we had just several pallets of sugar or corn. So this is not a way out. We should agree with the processing industry that they should have certain stocks. So the plans and schemes should be in place, they should be clear, but it is not a major problem. The major problem, to my mind, is to give birth to other problems that are caused by high requirements. And in the Committee of Regions, I also say that Europe can become more dependent on imported food products because of high requirements. And due to these high requirements, we cannot compete with Asian or American markets. So we shouldn't raise this bar too high. And we can't do away without, we cannot do this without technologies. I wouldn't like to eat the food from the tubes as astronauts do. Everything should be really balanced. I don't know whether I answered the question. Your practical experience is important. We speak a lot about laboratory food. Mr. Juknevičius, Lithuanian scientists receive millions for that. Lithuanian farmers receive millions in payments. And the mayor says that there are no vegetables to give to our children. And I, as a taxpayer, have a lot of questions. Do we really need to pay billions to grow grains and export it, and we don't grow vegetables? So where is the problem? The problem is very simple. The customer, the client, is the most important, and the client sets the rules. And this idea has to be taken over by the politicians. So maybe we should say that we face the environmental problem because the initiative was taken by the politicians and they went wild. And they started regulating agriculture, and additional expenses are faced because of these increased requirements. In terms of organic farming, there is the target in the EU to double the demand and the supply as a consequence. So this means that the consumption should increase as well. But the crisis happened, the customers' expectations worsened, and they choose cheap calories, and they don't want to invest into food with high value added. So this is where we are now. Do you see any ways out? There is the way out always, and the optimists will save the world. I'm speaking about a very simple model. Markauskas has a school in his village with a canteen with 3 excellent women who cook really well. And there is no Lithuanian food all year round. Okay, academic year, during the academic year. How can we supply these schools with Lithuanian food? Business makes plans for a long-term plans, and they need clear strategies. It seems that we are speaking about the same thing, but we get something different. And the problem is that we don't speak the same language. If we look at the list of the products we desire, probably the problem is that business did not trust this idea that these products will be consumed, and probably did not see this money to be spent on this produce. And if this trust is restored, then the problem will be resolved. Mr. Starkevičius, you are the former minister, the farmer yourself. Now you are in our parliament. What have politicians done that in Klaipėda district kindergarten, children don't get Lithuanian food? Like the mayor said, I believe that it wouldn't be difficult to do it if the requirements in our public procurement law are reviewed. For example, a simple requirement could be included that the kindergartens could buy food products only that are produced within the radius of 60 kilometers. A year ago, we've done this. It's already in this law. It should be just implemented. But how can you implement it if this produce is not available? Frankly speaking, when I was the minister, I spoke about the same things. We spoke about direct payments as well. And 40% of these payments were paid to those who couldn't attain this aim. So huge funds were spent, but we don't still have produce. When you spoke about organic farming, this could be the basis for these things we are discussing now, because the municipalities realize that organic produce grown by local farmers are not simply available, and you won't find them there, because organic farms, I mean true organic farms, they have their markets, they go sell their produce on local markets, and the large farms which absorb these large funds, they withdraw from this organic farming. and it demonstrates the failure of our politicians. We did not make any breakthrough, we just made a step back. And those farmers who were involved in organic farming just withdrew from organic farming due to high requirements. And I myself could probably find photos of these farms who did not have any equipment, and they have organic farms, and it was stated clearly what we should do. The programs should have been gradual. If you don't grow this produce, you won't receive these direct payments. But at that time, philosophy started that we cannot link these payments with produce, because these payments are paid for the income that has not been received. And if you haven't produced anything, so what income are we speaking about? But this trend is continuing, and this is why we don't have organic farms. And these excessive requirements contribute to that. I've always tried to fight them, and maybe you probably remember our systems that have been introduced. Later on, they became red tape as well. I wrote a monograph and wrote about this previous time when the party committee regulated what should be sown where, and now we are going back to that time. When we speak about the animal welfare, again, we face problems because farmers don't stick to the requirements, and the cattle should be kept in open air. So you can speak about these bureaucratic procedures for hours, and these requirements are not present in our neighboring countries, and they prevent organic farms from being successful. Of course, there are some successful and fair organic farmers who are a role model to other farmers who could inspire them to get engaged in organic farming, and we need a sustainable chain for that. And we want to grow organic meat without manure. So we also have to realize that organic produce should have a higher price tag. But Bronius, answering your question, I should say that we don't have enough products. So the law has been amended. We grow enough organic meat, but we lack vegetables. So this is the main problem, because we don't grow enough, and these payments are paid to wrong farmers. And the tax system is problematic. Farmers pay taxes. We could pay more if our salaries were higher. But when you see these direct payments, in terms of direct payments, they are not taxed. If the farmers receive them, they are not taxed. But there is a paradox. Yeah, if you rent land, you have to pay 15% of income tax. So the farmers have to pay it. So it increases the price, such taxes increase the price, and the taxes increase, and this we get caught in this vicious circle. So this is the area that has to be reviewed.
Pone Starkevičiu, bet toks natūraliai jūsų klausantis kyla nepatogus klausimas.
Mr. Starkevičius, now I have an uncomfortable question for you. You are part of the governing majority. You have a party member as Minister of Agriculture, so why aren't you doing this? All the things that you're talking about. Well, we are talking about the Green Deal about today. We are talking about the need for the green cause, but unfortunately, the ministry lacks knowledge, lacks competence, and sometimes initiative to do that. The Green Deals and going green means more innovation, more technology, more digitalization, less fertilizer. All of these things require skill, require competence, require calculations. So we don't know where to start. We don't know where to start calculations. We don't know any clear criteria how to do this. If you are a farmer, you know that on October the 1st, you start the seeding process. But these things are bound to change. And as a farmer, even though now I am part of the governing majority, I don't understand the current policy. Now, a question from the audience regarding fertilizer use. Well, then it comes to specific legislation that the person was asking about. I didn't vote for for this piece of regulation, and the piece of regulation in question was about the use of manure on the field for animal farms. I do think that this is a very sensitive matter when we talk about for animal farms. I do know that we now have banned animal for farms. I now think that instead of having fur produced here in Lithuania, we're going to import it because there is a demand. I didn't vote for this piece of legislation, so my conscience is clear. Nobody, in my opinion, nobody knew what they were voting for. Policymakers think that this is a great step forward. Our electorate will say its final word whether this was a good idea. Farming involves a lot of technology. Let's be honest. We need innovations, and for innovations, we need a contribution from our research institutions. So, how is farming sustainable? How research can contribute that to sustainability. Let me start from the consumer's point of view. When I go to the stores, I see a lot of things. I see a variety of foods I can choose from. We can choose what we want. It's up to us as a consumer whether eat healthy food or not. But the variety of food itself is amazing and immense. But the problem with the human nature is when you have a lot, you start taking things for granted. I do think that we remember, some of us can still remember the past when our grandparents and our parents would scold us for throwing bread on the floor. Decades ago, we respected our food. Food had to be something protected, something respected, and consumed sustainably and responsibly. Producing food requires producers, requires farmers and their efforts. And back when I was a child, a farmer's profession was a prestigious profession. Right now, young people don't want to do farming. Young people don't want to put their hands into the soil. But the truth of the matter is that the current farming processes and current farming procedures don't involve you getting dirty. Let's look at our modern farms. And several days ago, I went to the Agri-Consortium group. We were talking about a potential cooperation between our institution and the farm and the farming. And we've seen just how much the farming sector has changed, how much they've progressed. But young people don't see that change. So this is where education comes into play. I think we lack education. We don't speak to our young people what farming is about. So I think that there is a need for developing or growing a conscious, respectful consumer from their childhood. I think it's our mission right now. And I am a lecturer at a higher education institution. So as a lecturer, as a mentor, I think it is my job, my responsibility to communicate this message, to educate a person, to help them develop skills. But that, in order to communicate this message and develop our young talents, you as a lecturer have to believe in what you preach. So you have to be that role model. If you don't act as a role model for the young generation, there will be no success. Young people are fascinated by role models. They need role models. I represent a higher education institution that focuses on practical teaching. So for us, it's important to have businesses and agri-food sector. It's important for us to have private farms as our knowledge partners. And Kristina Leshunen talked about this. We have to be a team. I don't think that the two areas are isolated. If you are teaching at a higher education institution, you have to provide the young person with the possibility to practically touch what they are learning. So we are saying that farming, and there are different professions in the farming sector in general. These professions are not popular. And I think that other stakeholders now have to contribute. It's our efforts, higher education institutions' efforts aren't enough anymore to attract young people into farming professions. So we have to update our curricula. We have to update the content of our study programs. And that's where contribution of our social partners is important. Practical, modern, very much contemporary placements are important for young people. So we are looking for enterprises, for businesses that are modern, that are contemporary, because it is important. It is important for farmers, for farms and higher education institutions to speak the same language. So the things we talk about, the things we teach should reflect who we are. we can have amazing strategies, and we can say that as a higher education institution, we are a very much socially responsible entity. But if you, as a student, go to our our canteen and see unhealthy food there, what's the point of having all this social responsibility strategy? We say that we, as a higher education institution, we work on innovations, we do research, we research that leads to progress in society. So colleges are practical institutions, institutions of practical training, and we do applied research. And one of our missions is to to have an impact on regions. Obviously, we focus on, with our applied research, we focus on the need of specific institutions, specific organizations. So our research has to address the problems that are relevant to our farms and other involved institutions. I work at a college with 500 lecturers. So 100 of them have an academic title of a professor. So we have committees, we have study program committees. They all contribute to making these study programs contemporary. And what we need right now is partnership and trust. Unfortunately, we don't have that yet. It's not as good as it should be, in my opinion. We are a new, rather recent sector, rather new sector. The college I work for has been operating for 23 years only, so we are young still, and we've just starting our applied research across Europe with our European partners. Yes, we are strong on a European level, but it's rather difficult to create these strong strategic partnerships domestically. I think I have only a couple of examples where these partnerships work. Though we do see benefits and potential in partnerships between a higher education institution and a private farm. We believe that farmers could benefit immensely from partnership with higher education institutions. Our students have to learn from actual farms, and our students are that potential that can address farmers problems, and it would be easier for farmers to come to higher education institutions with problems, but that isn't happening. So what we're doing is we are traveling around municipalities. We're talking to municipal policy makers. We're communicate the message that we are strong. As a higher education institution, we are strong. We have strong applied research. You can benefit from that. Your farmers can benefit from that. I think we are moving in the right direction, but I think that what we're still lacking is this national will, national approach, maybe, where a farmer, where the farmers community would be incentivized or pushed to cooperate more with the higher education institutions. So in society, we have this image of a farmer, that farmer is rich, has an expensive car, works only a couple of months a year, spends their vacation in exotic countries. They work on projects, get funding from the projects, and benefit from that. So why people aren't? So why don't people go there, study? Why don't they study farming professions? I don't think you are right. This is not the image of a farmer. Yes, we have some farms where farmers are rich people and can afford the lifestyle you've just described. But I think that our young generation doesn't know how contemporary farming looks like. They don't know how modern farms look like. Our small children don't know how a village looks like. They can't differentiate between animals. They don't know how crops look like. They don't have this context. That's soil for education, so to speak. We need to start learning about farming from early age. Today, we've been hearing how important, how critically important farming sector is. Medicine is also critically important, and medicine has great competition. It attracts so many young minds. So I think we should do the same when it comes to farming. Mr. Markauskas? Well, farmers have been talking for a while that we have quite extensive fundamental research. I personally had a chance to talk to another higher education institution. And yes, I see lack of that strategic partnership you were talking about. And the Ministry of Education actually doesn't incentivize and doesn't encourage this cooperation, strategic partnerships between the farming community and the higher education institution. So hence the question, do we have any strategy of promoting that cooperation? So do we know, does the ministry know what our farmers need? Do they take farmers' needs into account when they shape our education policies? I'm very happy to hear from you. I'm very happy to hear what your college is doing. Actually, we do have the freedom to communicate, to cooperate with the farming community. But as far as I'm concerned, we don't see response from the farming community. I've seen cases in Finland, in the Netherlands, where they have this cooperation culture. The business community comes to the higher education institutions. I only 4 years ago, I had a single example when the business community approached me. I had a call from a young sales manager from the petrol station network, and he came to me with a case study. He said, I need our petrol stations to introduce healthy, attractive, tasty food that can be made in front of the eyes of the consumer. And the task was create, develop recipes for us how we can do that, how we can introduce this in our petrol stations. And this was something unseen in our petrol stations at the time. So I invited him over, but he said there is one condition. There is one condition. The only reason I'm offering you this task is that I learned this while studying in the US. In the US, we were taught to work with practical case studies, with practical examples, practical tasks. That's why I came to you. And we were very successful in with this project. Unfortunately, the pandemic situation hit, and this was something that was delayed. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful because this was a young person who came to us, and I believe that we now have a younger generation who studied abroad, saw how things can be differently, how things can be worked out differently. So hopefully the culture will change. A couple of remarks from our audience. Plange has a state kindergarten, continues 70-90% of organic produce. And this happens because of the courage and desire to do so coming from the top, from the director of the kindergarten. What do you expect to have when you have legislation that does not meet meet the practical needs of our producers, of our farmers? When you have standards and requirements that take away motivation to work in the livestock sector and food production sector. So where do the issues lie? Where are the problems? Let's come back to the question before these two remarks. I want to intervene a little bit. Our farmers or farming is business that moves after the client. When the client, and that is consumer, refuses to buy organic produce, it is a challenge to the sector. And we saw our practical, what happened in practice. Farmers moved away from organic farming, and all the money that we spent supporting organic farms literally were wasted. So what we need to see is examples like the example of the kindergarten you've mentioned, success stories where 70-80% of food is organic food. So if we are spending state money, national money, to support certain production, we should continue, we should communicate success stories, because if we move away from that, it is a failure for us as the state. So I think we should communicate success stories more. Young people do, in my opinion, go learn farming professions. Those who are very professional, those who see this as a profession, they want to do better. Yes, we say that farming is not rocket science, but it is actually very complex profession. And I do see more young people willing to learn these farming professions, because we see a younger generation that wants to move away from the hustle bustle of the urban landscape. I can help anybody to become a farmer. I'll explain to you what you need to do from start to finish. Unfortunately, it's the European trend that by the year 2040, we'll have only 60% of farmers left compared to the current levels. Farms are shutting down. In Lithuania, we see 6% shrinkage in the number of farms in just 6 months. It's a difficult business. It's a difficult business that's even more adversely affected by poor policy-making decisions.
Could you please introduce yourself? You spoke about supplying food products to kindergartens and schools. Is there any example in Rokiškis? There is an example in Rokiškis district where such produce is supplied to 8 educational institutions, and the farmers say that we have both fruit and vegetables, but they want to order oranges and bananas to children, and we can supply just dessert apples and pears. So what should change so that the priority is not bananas and oranges? Educational institutions work for 5 months and they have holidays of 2 months. So, and the farmers won't be able to work like this. This is a question about education. What should we do about education? So Niola should answer it. Your observation is very good. If we speak about sustainability and supporting Lithuanian food production, we should introduce these things into our study programs. Students, when they have their practice and they see the real process, this encourages them too or inspires them. I suppose that Lithuanians support Lithuanian produce. I can tell it from my practical experience. And I often notice that they buy Lithuanian produce rather than a foreign one. And I believe we advanced in this area. We support our producers. Mr. Markauskas and Mr. Juknevičius, just briefly. It's not an educational problem. We have to acknowledge that organic produce is more expensive, and the ministry has a program for subsidizing food in kindergartens. Municipalities have to invest too, because the range of organic produce is not available in all municipalities. That means that you have to transport it and you need to have storing facilities. The situation is very complex because 60% of organic farming is allowed and 40% of non-organic. So there are a lot of calculations. And those kindergartens which are involved in organic food consumption, they don't know whether they will have this supply. A couple of weeks ago, we had a conference in our district, and we said, let's challenge each other. We, as a municipality, will prepare all our kindergartens for organic meals, but the Association of Organic Farmers should also take the challenge and supply organic produce and its sufficient amount to these kindergartens. We will see what happens, but these examples inspire. In Ukmergė district, we've been doing this for, they have been doing this for a number of years. And in principle, it's for the benefit of our children. We teach our children to eat correctly, to eat Lithuanian products. So let's do it all together. It seems that we all understand the problem in the same way, but we don't do or take an action. And that's why I'm mentioning public procurement. And this obligation should be included into the law. This example from Ukmergė is a very good example. And there is one active person there, Mr. Juknevičius, and maybe after the question. I'm the chair of the Association of Hemp Growers. We have Health Sciences University, the Kaunas Technology, University of Technology, and there was a program to create the innovation valleys, which would represent this sustainability development, but millions of euros were spent, laboratories were established, a number of specialists were hired, and they did not provide the result. And the reason why business doesn't go to science is that you cannot commercialize it. For 5 years, we've been speaking about new technologies, more efficient production processes, digitalization processes. So we need to connect all these things into a single unit. As to the farmers, why don't young people go to study to higher education institutions? I see a very clear reason for that. Western technologies are imported with equipment and the schemes of the agronomy and their nuances, where the farmers are told what they have to do from A to Z, starting with a loan and repayment of the loan. So science is an obstacle in this program for economy development. So our science wouldn't be able to do anything with this Western style culture of technologies. And the farms that are more wealthy, according to the statistics, they are becoming wealthier. And the small ones that could cooperate or introduce these short chain systems or innovative systems, they don't have chances to do that. So we have to identify the link and to find the answers why this is the case. And then we should take these higher education, look at higher education institutions. Can I respond to what has been said? You spoke about universities and funding. Huge funding is allocated to universities, and this is not the case with colleges. We haven't, you didn't used to receive any money for promoting science, but or research. That is why our applied research is focused on earning additional funds. But what we do, our services are simpler. We do not perform fundamental research. Our college has farming courses which are popular, and after completing these courses, a person can start his or her business. We provide consultations for farmers, and these services are provided. If we speak about research infrastructure, our research infrastructure is the same that we use in the process of studies. We do not get any funding. We improve it from our own funds and the funds we earn from business. So this is the difference between the college and university education or research. Maybe let's distance ourselves from Lithuanian agriculture. We have people who work in Ukraine. And in agriculture, there is a great concern in terms of sustainability. What happens when the borders open? Mr. Sakalauskas, what will happen? Birštonas mineral waters are already present there. What's next? Will we integrate? Will we work together? You are an experienced person. What would you say? You introduced myself as a person working in Ukraine. I'm a person who spends my savings in Ukraine, helping people who live near the front, and I'm the one who reconstructs schools and kindergartens. And thanks to the government, we initiated these things, and Lithuania reconstructs these institutions in certain areas. I also happen to save people at the front. I'm wearing a suit, but last week I came back from Ukraine, from the areas where the war is raging, and I wore military outfit and helmet. I'm a businessman and not a farmer. I have a designing company in Lithuania. It provides design services for farmers, and so a lot has been done in the course of 20 years. If we want to be present in Ukraine, we have to be there, to actually be there. If we sit here and speak and tell that we want to export water there or want to provide design services, we won't be able to do this. You have to be there, to go there, to work and live there. When we were in the course of the reconstruction of a school, I visit it and check what's going on my way to the front. And I'm allowed to do that because I was the one who was behind this reconstruction. If I spoke to them remotely, I wouldn't be able to do that. And if we want to export to the Ukrainian market, we should bear in mind that this market operates like the market in Lithuania operated 20 years ago. It's corrupt. If you want to know how corruption works, you have to go to Ukraine, and you will see that mayors change in 2 or 3 weeks. If you want to learn how to flood something, you should go to Kherson, and you will see that. As I spoke to my colleague from Birštonos waters, in Lithuania we have better resources that we can export there, but our infrastructure is very expensive. If we want to take a truck to Kherson, it cost up to 2,000 euros before war. Now it would cost 4,000 euros. So you have to understand that these people receive pensions from 50 euros, and it would be very expensive for them to buy such water. So we should give it as a charity and compensate transportation expenses. I spoke to Kaunas Grūdai, and they finance several trucks of different cereals there, and they are taken to the front, and the troops know it and this product, and they ask for this Lithuanian produce. And I'm the one who collects this food and takes it there. Last year, I asked money from the government, maybe you've heard, for furnaces for heating food, and nobody gave this money. So we agreed with the company blacksmith, Kalvis, to make these furnaces, and more than 1,000 has been taken to the areas close to the front. And we paid for the transportation ourselves. I was responsible for the logistics. I took these furnaces here and took them to the areas at the front. I had to pay for the transportation, 40 to 50 euros to take it to the area at the front. So our Lithuanian production is produced by Lithuanians who have a lot of initiative to do it. And if we want to do it in Ukraine or in the countries that are mined, Cambodia, for example, where huge fields are mined, and Ukraine is becoming the country with the largest mined area. And if we want to demine Ukraine, it would take 700 years to us to demine Ukraine at the pace we have now. And this is the soil that is the most fertile in the world. So I want to stress once again, if we want to be present in Ukraine, we have to be present there and to take action rather than speak about it. I have over 80 volunteers, and some of them say that we need several pallets of water. So business, Birštono vandenys are providing this water, and they are introducing their products into this market. So we need to act. That's what I want to say. If we want to take this opportunity, the prospects are huge because I pass the cities with 20 or 30,000 people, and now they have just 20 or 30 people. They are shelled all the time. And now we are in a marvelous place. We wear nice clothes, but a week ago I work in a Siversky settlement, which is 5 kilometers away from the front. And when you ask them, do you know what day of the week it is? And they say that there is no point in checking that. So what is required? The initiative from the state, because these people cannot always afford it. We cannot always supply products that is suitable for them. You mentioned calorie counting, but unfortunately, people just need a certain calories, number of calories to wait for the brighter future. And when we are reconstructing the school, these nice words, sustainability, is important. But when people don't have a school, they don't have computers, so what sustainability can we speak about? They don't have windows there. So we have to start from the very beginning. And if business allocates a larger percentages from their profit for charity purposes, this really pays off. I can myself tell that. At least you find a lot of friends and you can commercialize on that. But bear in mind that we should take action and not only speak. But in Lithuania, everything is okay as far as I understand. We are making progress. But what about other countries, Germany, France, and because other countries, because there is a fear that the large concerns are at their starting position and waiting for Ukraine to open. I can't tell. I sometimes think, how can I commercialize my actions? And this week I will go to Ukraine for the 62nd time since the beginning of the war. So the lands that are fertile cost dozens of euros, and the prices in Ukraine are much lower. But we won't be able to do anything there as long as they are demined and the war finishes. The farms there are quite modern. I would like to emphasize that they use the same tractors we do. They are capable of buying them, and they understand that they can buy not only second-hand equipment from Western Europe, they know that they can buy modern equipment, but let's bear in mind that the infrastructure is near the front and it's disrupted. The equipment is bombarded, and the things that survived were taken to Russia. So they need a starting point, and Lithuanians could contribute. Not only, I'm speaking not only about reconstruction efforts, they could take a tractor for a certain future dividend. There are a lot of possibilities there. But again, as long as these large fields are not demined, we will not be able to do anything, because I've seen mines exploding for a number of times. And people walking along the path, they step on the mine, and from 200,000 to 300,000 people in Ukraine no longer have their ligaments. Is it a long-term action? Yes, it is, unless you want to follow these corrupt practices. At the moment, you can take your produce only to the regions that can buy your produce. And we are not focused on calculating cheap calories. We are the country which focuses more on value added. So let's bear in mind that we will have this client only in the future. We can take our products only up to Kiev, and you cannot take anything glamorous or boutique-like further. But I'm speaking about investments. Ukraine is not all Ukraine is mined. The areas at mountains is safe, and these resources are unlimited. There are projects where we can invest these mushroom farms. The labor force is cheaper there, and they would work for 300 or 400 euros per month, while in our Varena, people wouldn't agree to work for 1,000 euros. So bear in mind that cheaper raw materials can be received from Ukraine. The power stations or hydropower stations have been bombarded, but electricity is cheaper, fuel is cheaper because of excise duties, the labor force is cheaper. And in terms of raw materials, we could enrich our ecosystem with Ukrainian produce, at least raw materials, which we know well how to turn into expensive products and competitive products on Western markets. It's still difficult for them to forget this Soviet mentality. I was born in 1990s, and I can say that I'm neither Soviet nor post-Soviet. I'm more modern, and it's not complicated for me to understand Western people, but I can still understand Ukrainians as well. So we can commercialize on their products. And in the area of design,
ten projektuoti, bet tikrai negalėčiau, nes
I would be eager to design there, but I couldn't because architects earn 500 or 600 euros per month, and I can't find architects who would be eager to work for 1,500. We are the country with more expensive services. What we need to do is to adapt and move forward by employing people from third countries or importing materials, raw materials.
So we are part of the global world. Let's not forget about this. I have a lot of questions, but we are running out of time. But there is one question I want to ask Aiste. Is tap water really harmful? Because from your presentation, I got the impression that you can only drink bottled water. This is the question I hear a lot. You cannot see everything in water. Nitrates are invisible. Heavy metals are invisible. Yes, their content is regulated. So water from the tap should not have these things. But when you drink tap water, you should take in consideration the likelihood of nitrates, because the regulation we have is based and is calculated for a person of 60 kilograms. So if you have people in your home, in your house living who are under 60 kilograms, like children who are only 20 kilograms in mass, you should take into account that the quantity of nitrates could be too high for them. So why water costs more than 1 liter of milk? Why? I don't know whether water costs more. More, yes. Water, a liter of water costs more than a liter of milk. I don't know why milk costs so much. I think the bottling water is more complicated compared to bottling milk, because when you bottle milk, you pasteurize it, so you are safe and protected against bacteria. When you bottle water, you cannot pasteurize it. I have to maintain water in the same quality as it comes from the well. I don't know why it gets so much more expensive. So this is a rhetoric. Is it true that a liter of water, bottled water, is more expensive than milk? Yes. How much does a liter of milk cost? Around €1.30, €1.40. Water does not. Aquila costs a liter of bottle. A liter bottle costs around 60 cents. More? No. It's 60 cents. 60 cents per liter, per aquila liter of water. So we had Kazimieras Trikavičius with us, member of the parliament, farmer, former minister of agriculture, now chairman of the committee on economy, Mr. Radzevičius, Niola Zinkevičienė, deputy director for research and partnerships at the higher education institution. Aiste Pranskuvienė, director of Birštonas Mineral Water, and Karolis Sukauskas, owner of Design Solutions, and then Bronius Markauskas, mayor of the Klaipėda district municipality. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for participating.
Okay, so welcome back. I know it has been a long day, lots of fruitful discussions. So just bear with me for the last one, but I promise the expert's gonna be very interesting and the discussion is gonna be very interesting. So right away, I would like to invite Gabriela Wurzel, Multilateral Affairs Director at FMC Corporation, and she's going to give us insights to the panel discussion. Please, Gabriela. Digital is the future. So good morning again. Good afternoon.
I mean, we're literally standing between you and dinner. So we promise we'll keep this very interesting, and I'm very excited because actually we're going to talk about the single most important and most exciting thing in the entire agricultural space, which is innovation and technology. And this is really the solution, and it's something which we all, I think, agree should look into. And I wanted to start with this gentleman. So who knows who he is? Please? Bill Gates, of course. And who is Bill Gates? The founder of Microsoft. What else? A philanthropist. Who else? What else? Visionary. Exactly, but not only. He's a visionary, he's a philanthropist, he's an investor. He is actually the biggest farm owner in the US. He's the biggest farm owner. He owns a lot of acres. And I do not think this is a coincidence. I think this is on purpose. If a visionary, a Silicon Valley guy, the founder of Microsoft, is investing in agriculture, I believe this is because he believes that agriculture is a field worth investing in technology and in innovation, correct? But agriculture is really not just another sector. It's a very complex sector because, first of all, farmers are working to get food to their own families, and they are working to get food to the world. So when they think about innovation, they think about something which can actually be useful very concretely. You might have heard of this expression, betting the farm. You know, in the case of the farmers, every time they decide to invest or not invest, they are actually betting the farm. They may actually lose everything if they do the wrong thing. So I was hearing this morning a debate on whether farmers are innovators or not, or risk adverse. I think they are risk adverse for good reasons, but I think they're also innovators because innovation is at the core of what they do. Agriculture has been there forever. For many years, it was the only way of actually getting food. And it was hard work, it was difficult, it was complex, but then innovation came. And when we look at the things that happened since the 1800s, all this is innovation, right? The reaper, the thresher, the automobile that was applied to the farm, the tractor, the hydraulic engine, all these things actually made it easier for farmers to do their jobs. And so they can grow more food. It's still very tough, very complex, but innovation is there. And so I am convinced that farmers and the agricultural sector is by definition an innovative sector, because those farmers who don't follow, they go out of business. As simple as that. So this is what we're going to talk about this afternoon. But it's more complex than that because, you know, we discussed agriculture is the sector that feeds the world. It's about, you know, doing the right investments. But we also know that the situation is very complex because the world's hunger is going up, right? People are hungry, even though we never produce more food than today. But not everybody's hungry. The people that are hungry are mainly those in net food importer countries, in places like Africa, for example, or some places in Asia, right? So these are the people who need the technology to grow more food. And at the same time, these are the countries and the people more affected by climate change, because as you can see, climate change is decreasing yields in the agricultural sector in many countries that are actually net food importers. So complex, right? And by the way, these countries that are hungry and that are suffering from climate change are not the ones who cause climate change. So what do we do about all this? And here is where innovation, technology comes into play, because there is this old saying, when complicated, keep it simple. And the way of keeping it simple is to adapt the technology and the innovation to actually meet the needs of the farmers worldwide. And the needs of the farmers may not be the same in Europe as in Africa, but they are still important technological needs. And so what is it that we need from innovation? It's not just any innovation. We need sustainable productivity growth. We need more productivity per acres, and we need climate resilience. So this is what technology should achieve. And so the future may look like this. It's actually the present more than the future. We have drones that act as little pollinators. We have apps that allow farmers to know what's coming, to basically know the future. We have robots that lend a hand in the farming. So all this is bringing change. So the question is, how do we ensure that whatever innovation we promote is actually what farmers need? And I wanted to give you just some very concrete examples of what my company is doing in this field. So I work for a company called FMC. We are an agricultural sciences company. So we are basically an innovation and R&D company. So we are convinced that we have the capability to support farmers to become economically more sustainable, but also to become environmentally more sustainable. But we are also convinced that we cannot do this alone. Nobody can do this alone. Not even Bill Gates can do this alone. So we have, for example, a venture capital arm that is called FMC Venture that actually works with startups and early seed stage companies that are doing amazing things in the field of agriculture. And I could talk about this longer, but I don't know how long I have, but I will not. But there are some examples, for example, the work with pheromones. So pheromones are these naturally occurring components that female insects issue in order to tell male insect that they are available for reproduction. And this goes, I don't know if any of you were this morning at the presentation of Augustus when he asked the question, is sex sustainable? Well, in this case, sex is not sustainable because these insects that are harmful for the crops are, they continue reproducing. So pheromones actually trick them into thinking that there are females looking for reproduction when they are not, so they don't reproduce. And so this is a very sustainable way of controlling pests because they just don't reproduce. And because it's so targeted, it doesn't affect the biodiversity, it doesn't affect the bees or other good insects that are out there. And by the way, this work is very important because FAO has assessed that 40% of crops around the world are lost to pests. So important. Then we're doing many other things with amazing companies on micropeptides that are also biological ways of controlling some herbs. It's for crops that actually have become resistant to synthetic herbicides. But also we have to think about access, because access it's really a problem. Smallholder farmers do not necessarily have the access to finance which allow them to access technology. So we are working with an amazing fintech company called Trive in Brazil, who's actually looking into ways of assessing the needs of farmers using artificial intelligence and very complex stuff that actually allows them to get access to this credit without going into the regular financial system that will look at their credit score and basically say, no way, we're not lending you money. So we're doing a pilot in Brazil to help them access this technology. And other things, for example, well, when we talk about, and I think we will have some of the speakers today probably talking a lot more about digital. So we have a technology called ARC, which basically uses artificial intelligence and data science to predict the future. So it allows farmers to know what's coming in terms of pests up to a week in advance, so they can know exactly what type of inputs they need to apply. So this saves inputs, water, protects the soils, and of course saves them money. So these are some of the things that are out there, but I think it would be very, very interesting to hear about all these things from all the speakers and your questions, because there is a lot to be done in terms of innovation and technology to actually help farmers produce more using less. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela, so much. So please join us into the panel. And right away, I'm calling for the other participants. Please, Daniel Kopat, Director of Agrifood DIG, Slovenia. Professor Dr. Vilma Atkočiūnienė, Professor at the Department of Business and Rural Development Management of the Faculty of Bioeconomy Development and Vilnius Vytautas Magnus University Agriculture Academy. Associated Professor Eglė Vaičiukynaitė, Kaunas Technology University, Associated Professor of Practice and co-founder and CEO of Neuromarketing Artificial Intelligence Lab. And Gytis Junevičius, representative of Lithuanian EDIG for the agri-food, energy, and the remaining sector. Thank you so much. So right away, I would like to start from the DIGs, EDIGs. We just listened to Gabriela's very nice insights, presenting what do we need and who is working with the farmers, why we need that, and why we cannot leave the farmers behind. So I'll start with you, Daniel. So what is, for example, DIG, and how farmers can be working with the DIG? And from your perspective, what kind of challenges you're already seeing for the agri-food sector?
Thanks a lot for this question. But first, I would like to start by congratulating you for an excellent event. Again, you're getting better and better. I always learn, apart from sustainability and the question around what is sustainable and what is not. Back to the question, well, what we bring to the farmer is basically what we strive in a Digital Innovation Hub is to focus on bringing tangible technologies and applicable technologies into real situations and real life, which is extremely difficult because farming is a pretty traditional sector. Just for your imagination, or so that you can better understand the figures, we are coming from a small rural region of about 120,000 people living there, and we have around 5,500 farmers. So it's a very small farming communities, and according to the digital transformation agenda, nobody should be left behind. So we can speak about high-end technologies. Of course, we are speaking about agri-food 5.0 or agricultural, 5.0 type of technologies. But still, we need to take care of all the farmers and food producers out there. So we bring really concrete solutions, and there are many different, starting from IoT, precision farming. Then we have traceability solutions, and of course, last but not least, artificial intelligence and machine learning. In a nutshell, we are speaking about data economy or data-driven technologies, which probably we will touch more often, but I didn't hear that much about data today. So that would be a short answer.
Okay, so thank you so much. So I'm going straight away to Gytis. Please continue on the digital innovation hubs, European digital innovation hubs. So what is the difference? Do you work with farmers also, or just with the SMEs from the agri-food sector and food manufacturing?
Yeah, hello, thank you for inviting us. And I think it's EDIG is for all of the companies. It's not farmers, not for the industry or something, because it's about a collaboration and knowledge between the digital area. It's about the data, about the computers, about everything, and also. So I think the main reason why the companies is coming to EDIG and they are the part of that, that is we are making them life easier to understand what is happening in the next couple of years. Because sometimes you know that the companies or farmers are afraid of the future because you don't know what is happening in the maybe 1, 2, or 5 years in the close future. So, and when they want to innovate something and have a digitalization area, they afraid everything. And that's sometimes you going with them, taking on the hand and said, okay, don't be afraid. The other companies, this collaboration between others, and said they was going through this way. So it's not so difficult or misunderstanding what you will do. So next time the companies is really going in the it's like braver in the future, and they're looking in the data area. Okay.
And Gytis, what kind of challenges you already are seeing, for example, for implementing digitalization into agri-food sector?
I think it's a lack of knowledge is what is happening and about the digitalization. It's really at this moment when you talk with the companies or farmers, you see that they are not. We are talking about Industry 4, Industry 5.0, and everything, but in their minds they are not thinking about Industry 5 because they don't understand what is Industry 5. They know that what is the summer, they know how it's growing, and they are not specialized or expertise in digitalization. I think that's the main reason. No, maybe someone.
Yeah.
We'll talk. Yeah. And I would like now to address Professor Vilma Kačiūnienė. I know you're working with the rural development, but at the same time, you were the one who inspired, and we're working a lot on the smart village concept in Lithuania. So tell us a little bit more how academia sees it, the possibilities, the opportunities for the rural areas, because what we're hearing still there are lots of challenges.
Yeah, we're working with the smart village development concept, but when we are thinking about smart development, we are not thinking just about digital technologies. We are thinking about systemic changes, about the coordination, about smart governance. So it means that it is more involvement, it's more bottom-up approach, and it's more deep changes with the coordination to more attention to the local economy and resilience for these communities are coming from the local resources and sustainable development, not just to use, but it means that they have to be recovered, have to be more, not less if we are using. So another very important thing when I'm thinking about innovations, and thank you for the introduction. So I think in rural areas, in agriculture sector, not in the second place is social innovations. How to work with people, how to involve them in the decision systems. Otherwise, we never will get the transformation. And now we talk about values, personal values, but we have to talk about common values, so collective knowledge. And this is, I think it's very important if we want to change, to transform our economy to the sustainable place and sustainable approach we would like to keep. Another thing I think it is very important, it is new strategies. for the development, for the local development, for the regional development, and for this business development, agriculture development. So I mean short food supply chains, value chains, and I think special thing I didn't hear here about that. It is local food systems, regional food systems. We're just talking about global food systems, but global food systems, I am not sure that they can be sustainable. They can have some characteristics of sustainability, but it is already very difficult to keep the sustainability in the global systems. Just from the beginning about smart villages, but the concepts are coming from the smart cities, from the smart regions, from smart business.
So it's knowledge transfer from what we're already using. So by now, what are the biggest challenges you are seeing for the rural areas to adopt those innovations?
As you already said, and it was said before, a lot of times it is cooperation partnership, and of course it is already different types, different models for this cooperation. And I mean, when we are talking about the local development, regional development, more attention have to be paid to the endogenous resources and the competitiveness of these areas. And when we are talking about agriculture business, again, it is have to be based on endogenous resources, more based on endogenous resources. So I think this is very important.
Yeah, because for many times already it has been mentioned, and by Daniel in the beginning that, and Gabriela said that nobody needs to be left behind. But when we're talking about the small farmers, how can they implement the innovations and technology? What could be the biggest challenges?
The biggest challenges will be, of course, resources, and not financial sometimes, but it's social resources. Again, it is knowledge, how to act in this very changeable world. And of course, if we are thinking about the family farm, so it means that there is just 2, 3, or 4 persons, and it's a very small amount of production. So it means that this production have to be unique, added value production. It is final production for the consumption. And another big challenge, I think, when we are talking about small and medium farms, that it is very important to choose a right strategy for the farm development. And we never can say that 1 hectare or 1 hour, it's not efficient farm. It depends from the strategy, what they are growing, what they process, what is their final production can be in this farm. And big challenge to understand that not just one model, for example, business to consumer can be developed. And big challenge that governance institutions, they have to understand that if we want to develop regional economy, we have to support region institutions and region businessmen. And it means that they have to buy local regional production for the schools, for the hospitals, and etc. So it means business to governance model is very important, business to business, consumer to consumer. So it's a lot of things. And this is the challenge to introduce this business models to real life.
So it's again, we're talking about short food value chains and implementing them into rural areas. And Daniel wanted to comment.
Yes, you know what I learned from Augustus, that you need to be a bit provocative. So I just want to respond to what we have been discussing today. You know what our biggest challenge is? Nobody is really listening to the farmers. I mean, nobody really thinks or hears what they are saying. And we think to believe, or we tend to believe that we know what are the challenges. But these are our challenges, not theirs. If you go to the farmer, he has totally different motivations to change. And reading the mega trends and the way definitely the food systems will change rapidly. And then you look at the farmer, but the farmer doesn't have a problem. He's just fine with it. He doesn't have a problem. And we are saying that he needs to change. You know where is his problem? bureaucracy with filling out papers and these kind of things. So I will not continue here, but definitely I would like to see more farmers involved. But of course, they don't have time because they have to work in the fields, right? So this is the challenge. The challenge is trust, because what we are telling them that they need to change, we are not working on trust, and they have to have trust in order to change. Okay. So it's 3 years ago we did a study on what are the challenges, and the result was knowledge and finances. But the problem was us, because we didn't know how to ask for the challenges. We gave them the options. Those are not the challenges. Now we know that the time, interdisciplinarity, the basic ability to adapt is lacking, or we don't understand it. And then we are asking for them to change, So this is, I feel it's a challenge that we need to address.
Very good comment, Daniel. I was in one of the conferences, and by the way, it was the report done by OECD, where they actually said, let's talk to farmers. Let's not put our regulation on them. So you wanted, Gabriela, to comment also.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with Daniel. We need farmers in the room. I think, I think all of us talk to farmers every day, and we think we know them, but actually it's them who need to tell us what they need. But I wanted to add also a bit of a cultural diversity perspective, because I think it's not the same what a European farmer needs that what an African farmer needs, or what an Asian farmer needs, or a Latin American farmer. And we tend to forget the smallholder farmers who have triple challenges more than maybe an European farmer. And we heard some of them that I think apply everywhere, which is the knowledge transfer, but the technology transfer is also a huge challenge, because we need to ensure that technology moves from where it's made or developed to where it's actually needed the most. So I think this technology transfer aspect is important, which goes hand in hand to the financial access, because if a smallholder farmer in India doesn't have the money to buy even the smallest machine, then we cannot expect much progress. So I just wanted to add that cultural perspective.
Thank you, Gabriela, so much. I would like now to address Agla. So we've been talking about some challenges you're hearing, you're familiar, I know, with the food sector and agricultural sector. And when we are talking about, just digitalization, but yourself, you're working in the food sector with the artificial intelligence, and you see the opportunities over there. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Yes, of course, we can also integrate artificial intelligence technologies as well, neuromarketing. So I do work mainly with food packages and how to enhance them. For instance, we do know that sustainability issues are very important, but also very important for our customers. They have to notice from packages very easily. So in other words, all these new solutions like neuromarketing technologies such as eye tracking or face recognition software and others can enable us easily to see through customer eyes. And moreover, if we do think about generative artificial intelligence, at the same time, different tools we can use to create innovative products. It means that if I'm a farmer, if I would like to offer a new product, I can easily use even ChatGPT or other solutions that already we do have, and easily I can offer new products to the market. At the same time, if I know some technologies, or if I can work with someone, we can also test it. So in other words, I don't need sometimes to run real research, but I can apply some already existing solutions that enables us to tech or to make prototypes of different products and to offer to the market. As well, to be very quick, just satisfy
their needs. So we can just easily collect their information over Google or even now ChatGPT because we change our behavior. So in other words, many solutions already we do have, especially with artificial intelligence.
And you mentioned data. I know there is certain way you're working with data and artificial intelligence. Could you tell us a little bit more?
Yes, we do have specific solution that enables us easily to predict and to play it around with your own data, different kind of data sets if you do have. And as well, it's like a new trend, synthetic data. So we just started to work with this. So I cannot comment a lot, but it's a future. So it saves our time. And it means that more solutions, more ensured solutions we can have in future. So we don't need to run real research sometimes and just to start with prototypes.
So Agla, as you're saying, so it comes up that it's easily artificial intelligence could be applied even to the small farmers. So does it mean, until now we were talking that we need reskilling, upskilling, new competencies, does it mean that it gets easier to work with artificial intelligence?
Yes, but of course we do need to ensure their digital skills. Of course, but it's very easy to work with, so I can guarantee that. But of course, there's a need like a basics. And but when you start to look at, when you can discover all these things, you can understand it's much easier to reach your customers if you use these kind of technologies. And as far as I know, that even at our university, they do provide specific trainings for others, like a short trainings where you can get some insights or also hands-on experience with all these technologies you can easily apply in your daily basis.
Thank you so much. Oh, please.
I just want to add, yeah, it's not so easy. And we made research about decision support systems, and decision support systems have to be created by scientists, practitioners, and etc. And what we found out that we made review and we found 177 decision support systems. We made map, etc. But the problem is that all these models more connecting with a huge, big farms, and they are not very transportable to the small and medium farms. Yeah, artificial intelligence, it's okay, but as it was said, that we have to keep in mind that we have to know the technologies, characteristics. We have to ask this artificial intelligence to create something. Otherwise, again,
and I really like asking, so how do you see, for example, Professor, what could be done to make it more simple and adaptable to those smaller farmers and small SMEs? Because these are the ones who are being left. What is needed?
What is needed? Of course, knowledge. But again, it is communication. It is integration to the, how to say, bigger communities, and of course support from rural communities. They can make big support for how to implement, how to advertise, how to demanding these things, and etc. So again, new generations. So new young generation. This can be very supportable for farms.
Thank you so much. And Gabriela, I would like to turn to you. You have quite a vast experience in working with the agri-food sector, with international organizations. So now you're working in the private sector. So how do you see maybe what kind of foundation could be laid out, collaborating and making those technologies more implementable and more available?
Yes, I mean, we talked a lot about collaboration today, and this is fundamental because we are not going to achieve food security working in silos. We are not going to achieve the climate goals doing the same things we were doing, and we are not going to help farmers doing, things individually. So somebody said today that the private sector has the technology for innovation, so that's our role. Governments need to ensure that the right policies are there to support that ecosystem, and international organizations play a fundamental role putting everybody together and ensuring that whatever happens in one country is translated into others, like the role the OECD has, for example, nudging policies. So I think we really need to build that ecosystem of private sector, including also academia, civil society, governments, and international organizations if we want to move this forward. And I think, if I may, I wanted to briefly add to what was just mentioned about, access to technology and youth, because I think this is a fundamental player that needs to be incorporated, because they are the change agents, right? And a lot of farmers I was talking to were telling me that their children did not want to follow and take over the farm. But then when they started seeing cool things like drones and these technologies, and they changed their minds. And the problem, again, when we talk about, for example, Africa, is that they don't even have access to internet in many places. So how do we even start thinking about artificial intelligence? And we are working in support of a program with an organization called Generation Unlimited that is basically creating what we call agripreneurs in Kenya. So it's working with young people to ensure that they understand that agriculture is more than just survival, that they can become entrepreneurs, that they can use technology. And there is a very cool app that actually does not require access to internet. So they can start selling and sharing knowledge with this kind of technology. So hopefully that is the beginning to eventually be able to, allow them to use the coolest things like AI and so on.
Thank you so much. And I would like to come back still to all those technological trends, and because, Green Deal is out, right? So it's like Gabriela said, there is no choosing either, because you're just gonna be left behind and thrown away out of the market. So what are technology trends which could succeed for the smaller farms or SMEs, the smaller ones working in the agri-food sector?
Wow. We will miss dinner probably. How to put it simple? Let's take agriculture. We have two ways of trending. How to make existing agriculture more efficient, and then new food sources and so on. I will not focus on that. So let's make agriculture more efficient. There you have a set of technology trends which we all know. I will not repeat it, starting from precision farming, IoT, traceability, transparency, robotics, and autonomous systems, right? And then wrapping up with artificial intelligence and machine learning. And now I said it. So these are the trends, or these are the technologies, or groups of technologies. Now, what, for instance, can be done, and so not to leave small ones behind or small farmers behind. Currently, we are working on. We have developed a precision farming solution deployed at the agricultural advisory, because this is the proxy that builds on trust. And it's historically, culturally, as there are cultural differences, that is, but I totally agree. So we apply this service to the agricultural advisory, and they can apply precision farming using the precision farming techniques. Now, the artificial intelligence and what we are working right now is to teach models, even if you have a certain lack of data sets, with the basic earth observation technologies, which is it has nothing to do with the farmer. We can apply, we can just prepare machinery data to be uploaded to their machines. Okay, the challenge is the machine, but still it's very low cost solutions out there which you can apply even to a small farm, for instance. So these kind of like practical, trendy and easygoing solutions that even solve those smart problems with bureaucracy, with even working on calendars, what they do and how they apply. These kind of things are somehow important for us. Now, trends, of course. Everything is around artificial intelligence and machine learning. I was just giving you one example where we don't leave out small ones. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I turn now to Gytis. So if you were asked from the startups, so which direction now to choose if they want to go to the smart agriculture, what kind of technologies they would be working with?
It's startup for the IT technologies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because the farmer starter is the other way. I don't know, really, it's more important about the technologies and which way they must go, and like a startup and everything. They must understand what it needs for the farmers, like was Daniel talking about that. Farmers don't need nothing at all because they need just after that, when they know that they are late in the life. So I think when the startups understand what the farmers needs daily job, when they help the daily, because sometimes we can talk about like future artificial intelligence, but when you see the old farmer and he is putting your phone and calling for you, it's about 10 years ago was the phone. See, he can't be like a more in the technology area, more innovator. Yeah. So I think the startups must understand that innovators and the farmers in the markets are just 3% of all the market. So you must find these 3% and to create them, and through them you will go. But you must understand what the daily needs them. I think that's the most important, and the market is going through that way. So.
Well, talking about the needs, today we have heard in many discussions that in order to transform agri-food ecosystem, we need to change the mindset. So, Egle, what's about the consumer behavior? How can we, I don't know, change it with the help of AI or not? Or
maybe I can start with an example, because I just recently received new request about insects. So even we do know that it's very useful for us to eat this kind of food, but we are not ready for that. So what to do? So in general, we have to educate at first our customers. So in order to educate, especially younger generation, we need also new technologies, because our attention are quite short and dispersed and fragmented. And there's an option very easily, if you can have like VR solution where you can see insects, how they have the tiny farms. When we can create these kind of products, they experience this process differently, because even you cannot go to insects farm because it's impossible for some other issues, as far as I know. So for customers, in order to educate them, so we can integrate all these solutions, I mean, new ones like technologies, as I said, because I'm working with neuromarketing ones, so I know that when you can enable someone just to experience and to use their solution, we can easily detect how they look at insects and how to enhance all these products in order to get their attention, and also in the end just to sell it. So as far as I know, they struggle with all these products because we have to have the matured customers. So in other words, we need to educate them. And here, all new technologies, even generative artificial intelligence solutions, are really good, I would say, tools for us just to create also materials, how to educate, but at the same time, the delivery time to ensure different delivery format of these kind of activities.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. Yeah, Gytis, please.
I have just one opinion about that. We are talking about two different areas. It's one area for the farmers who is growing up something and creating, and the second who has a product and sell. Okay, so that is a different areas, and we can talk about that. And one more thing, I think the small farmers can't educate anything because they just need to work. And what they are afraid, first of all, when I asked what you are afraid in like 1 year, they said, I'm afraid of the big buyers from me, the big markets, if they look at me and they said, I want to buy, what I will do next, my step, I'm crushed. At that moment, I really have a big problems because no digital, no manufacturing, no nothing at all. I just can make 10 boxes per day and that's all my business. So that is, I think, two different areas what we are talking about. So, sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. Okay, well, unfortunately, we are running out of time. We cannot go longer because it's the end of the day. But for the ending of the panel discussion, I would like to ask, now, we've been talking about artificial intelligence, lab-produced meat. Then we are coming back talking about the small farmers. So what is the future actually for the rural areas, for the small farmers, for the small SMEs, and how can we help with the innovative regional development? So please, I'm going to start from Professor Vilma.
Yeah. So we have to think about living labs, for example, about living organizations. So it means, again, we are looking from the different aspects. We have to think more about collective decisions, about collective values, and have to be implemented in real life. For example, we have a lot of institutions, local action groups, flags, and etc., community organizations, but they are just looking for the narrow functions. And the multifunctionality, it is again a very big step, and we have to think about that. When we talk about production, we have to talk about product plus service. We cannot look just product and no else more. So I think it's just, minding. We have to think differently. How?
Yeah. Thank you, Gabriela.
So I'd like to go back to the basics because, we need to remember that today we need to produce more food, but the time of expanding arable land is over, right? We have less and less, sometimes because this is the policy, like in the case of the EU, sometimes because climate change is actually affecting the arable land. So technology is needed, but it needs to deliver this sustainable productivity growth, which means to grow more food in a resilient way for the planet, but also in a resilient way for the farmer who needs to survive and thrive. So this is where I was listening to all this very interesting debate, and I retain one concept, which is data is power, information is power, right? So they need information, they need to know what's coming. Sometimes, for example, going to my field, a pest that used to come once a year now comes 3 times a year because of climate. So they need to know. So this is linked to the transfer of technology and the transfer of financial resources so that everybody is actually on the same page and can continue growing food.
Thank you. Daniel.
Yes, that's a very good question that you are concluding this session. Basically, this is what we want to build. I strongly believe that we need to have those local ecosystems that are resilient. I strongly believe in local food production and distribution. So what we have a living lab, which we are also registered at the European Network of Living Labs, and we are piloting the consumer engagement and other approaches. So we strongly believe, and this is also our mission in a way, to build a local ecosystem around multi-actor approach. So all the actors on local or regional basis are collaborating together in order to create sustainable food systems in a wider term, in the widest possible sense, starting from agriculture, food processing, food production, and of course also engaging consumers and following the consumers' needs.
Thank you so much, Gytis.
I forgot the question, but I have another answer. We didn't mention that we are all the time about growing and not enough food and everything. We are talking about that, but I want to talk about. I want to just short one about food waste. And there is statistic that if we had food waste about 10% less, so about 50 million people can eat more. Yeah, so I think we must understand in that area, because we all the time we want to produce and everything, making more, but in the other area what we are doing, and we are wasting of time and food in that area. So that is, I think, one of the reason and one of the thing that we must talk in the near future, what to do with that.
Thank you. And Agla, concluding on you.
My final note is that we have to always remember our customers. So even related to food waste issues or even greenwashing and other, I think the most important thing that we have to create food and guarantee that they do want it. If they do not want it, so we have to create that they do want. So this is my final note. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the panelists.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius. It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh. Okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
A year ago, my home city of Vilnius called itself the G-spot of Europe. As you can imagine, that caused quite a stir both inside and outside the country, with even John Oliver commenting on the topic.
That's real. That is real. The new tourism campaign of Vilnius is Vilnius, the G-spot of Europe.
I think this campaign did quite a bit to help people learn that Vilnius exists, but it didn't go too much into detail on what the city is about, and that is exactly why I'm making this video. I want to tell you everything you need to know about the city I was born and raised in, with hopes that one day you'll come explore it on your own and have yourself a pleasurable time. So sit back, relax, and enjoy! According to a legend, Vilnius was established by Duke Gediminas in the early 14th century after his dream of an iron wolf howling on top of a hill. Whether the legend is true or not, the city actually appeared in writing in 1323 and later in the same century became an important city as it was the capital of what was at the time Europe's largest country. It was a very tolerant city where Muslim, Tartars, Lutheran, German merchants, Jewish craftsmen, the Catholic Lithuanian and Polish elite, and pagan Lithuanian commoners lived side by side peacefully. As the richness of the city grew, more and more palaces, churches, and monasteries adorned its narrow streets. Its crown jewel, Vilnius University, was established in 1579 and became a primary center of science and education in Eastern Europe. The prosperous centuries came to a horrible halt in mid-17th century when the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth lost a series of wars against foreign invaders that led to the Russian Empire capturing Vilnius in 1795. Throughout the next 120 years of Russian rule, Vilnius was made a backwater of the Russian Empire with a population of as few as 50,000 people at times. The city kept being occupied by different armies: Napoleon's France, Pilsudski's Poland, Nazi Germany, and eventually fell to the hands of the Soviet Union. The Soviet rule was a time of Lithuanian heritage neglect. However, Vilnius persevered, sustaining its artistic spirit even while a lot of its historic buildings got abandoned and huge grey apartment blocks were developed. After our independence, the city kept growing, changing, and developing every single year, becoming so active, fun, tolerant, and modern that I can honestly say I'm incredibly proud to have been born and raised here. The city center of Vilnius consists of 5 major areas. The Old Town. It's one of the largest surviving medieval old towns in Europe that's developed over the course of many centuries, and thus it is a place where some of Europe's greatest architectural styles, Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque, stand side by side everywhere you go. The Republic of Užupis. The self-proclaimed Republic of Užupis is our bohemian and artistic district. It's situated behind a tiny river and is full of tiny shops, restaurants, and even art galleries that are all so cozy you'll never want to leave. Šnipiškės. This place used to be one of the dodgiest areas of the city, but then it got redeveloped to our main business district that's home to many banks and internet startups. Speaking of startups, the Financial Times has recently named Vilnius the #1 city in the world for attracting tech startups. Žvėrynas. This district is known to be the greenest area of central Vilnius, as it used to be a large forest where the noblemen hunted. Žvėrynas feels very different to most other places in Vilnius, as its architecture and atmosphere still resemble the old days. Finally, the New Town. This area is really interesting as it's experiencing an incredible redevelopment campaign, making this one of our most hip and cool districts. Vilnius is not a true international metropolis yet, but it's ethnically diverse. Around 65% of the people are ethnic Lithuanian, while 14% are Polish, 12% Russian, and 9% come from one of as many as 128 ethnicities that live here. When you finally come visit, don't be surprised to find yourself interacting with a Chinese restaurant owner, an Ecuadorian IT specialist, a Ukrainian barista, or a Dutch businessman. Even though throughout my travels I met literally hundreds of wonderful people from all around the world, but my heart, it always takes me back to the people in my hometown, who might sometimes be a little cold or direct, but they're always honest. They are the people of the heart. They are my people. These days, Vilnius is a youthful and vibrant city full of incredible things to do and lots of beautiful nature, since well over half of the city's area is covered by greenery. In the city center, you can find gorgeous parks anywhere you go that are all very inviting. Our city center is very much walkable from anywhere to anywhere, but we also have loads of transportation options, from car-hailing applications and taxis to electric scooters and 2-story tourist buses to, I know you never expected this, hot air balloons! I don't know if you know this, but Vilnius is one of the very few cities in the world that allow hot air ballooning in its skies. You can literally take off in the city center and fly all over the place, enjoying the gorgeous, gorgeous views. This all seems really epic, but let's get back down to earth. Even though we have all these awesome transportation options, but nothing beats a good old Soviet trolley bus that was cool even before Elon Musk invented his Teslas. A ticket to ride this time machine barely costs €1, and it's definitely worth your money. Trust me, I know. I grew up with these things. Since you obviously didn't come here to see me crying, let's move on to something a bit more exciting. Food. Vilnius is home to hundreds of restaurants, bars, and cafes that offer all foods and drinks your heart will ever desire. However, I must be really honest with you. Vilnius used to be a very affordable place back in the day, but after we got the euro, it became a little pricey. So even though we have all these amazing food options available, you might also want to look into trying some of our delicious kebabs. They're €3 each, and I mean, they could be worse. This, of course, isn't addressed to you if you're coming from Norway or Singapore or Switzerland. You guys certainly won't have to eat no kebabs. You'll be eating fine foods. Okay. Now that we've all had a great meal, it's time to explore. If you're into touristy sites, here are the top 5 places you definitely cannot miss. Gediminas Tower. This is the most famous of Vilnius' touristy sites that's been looking over our city for over 600 years. 3 Crosses, an awe-inspiring religious monument from which you can see a spectacular panorama of our old town. Cathedral and the Palace of the Grand Dukes, 2 touristy sites at the heart of Vilnius that will inspire even the most uninspired tourists. Vilnius University. Founded in the 16th century, it was the first university in the Baltic states that will certainly take you back in time. Church of St. Anne. It is a prominent example of Gothic architecture that was built in the 15th century. This church might very well be one of our most beautiful. Cathedrals, universities, and churches are all really nice, but there's so much more to Vilnius that you should explore. Do not forget our cultural spots such as National Gallery of Art, Contemporary Art Center, and Mo Museum, where you'll find enough art to fill your heart's content. Vingis Park. This park is by far one of my favorite places to relax in Vilnius. It's a huge park literally in the city center that just seems to never end. Halės Market. This local market was established well over 100 years ago and is busy with action more than ever. TV Tower. Standing at 326 meters above the ground, the TV tower is the tallest construction in Lithuania that features a rotating cafeteria giving you a 360-degree view of the whole city. I don't know if you know this, but a large part of HBO's award-winning Chernobyl TV series was filmed in this tiny district of Vilnius. If you want a taste of Soviet apartment architecture, this is your place. There's so much more I'd like to tell you about Vilnius, but I don't think that's a good idea because all the things I could ever say will never match you actually coming here and exploring the city on your own. Do it, you bloody legend, as soon as you can. In the meantime, help me spread the word about the city I was born and raised in by sharing this video on your social media with the hashtag #ExploreVilnius and telling your friends how much you know about it. Thank you so much for watching the whole video and see you next time.
Agriculture is an essential activity for the European Union. It provides us with a great variety of food, it forms the backbone of our rural communities, and it can help us protect our nature. But, as with many other human activities, it also has an environmental impact. In this video, we will explore the importance of agriculture for the European Union, the effects of agri-food production on the environment, and what the EU is doing to promote a more sustainable system. As of 2020, there were around 10 million farms in the EU, covering almost 40% of the European Union's total land area. These farms are the foundation of our food system, and they play an important role in our economy. It is estimated that agriculture in the EU employs 22 million people. Last year, EU agricultural export totaled 229 billion euros, almost 8% of Europe's international trade in goods. Agriculture is the lifeblood sustaining our rural communities and ensuring Europe's food security. However, it is also responsible for 11% of the EU's domestic greenhouse gas emissions. Most come from animal farming, but the excessive use of pesticides or fertilizers also contribute to soil degradation, water pollution, and biodiversity loss. If we consider the cumulative impacts of land use change, food processing, transportation, retail, or food waste, agri-food production is responsible for almost 1/3 of the world's total emissions. Agriculture is one of the factors contributing to climate change, but at the same time, it is also one of the human activities most affected by it. To ensure our food security in the future, we must preserve the natural resources that make it possible. So, how can we do this? The European Union wants to transform Europe into the first carbon-neutral continent by 2050. And sustainable agriculture is part of the plan to get there. The Farm to Fork and EU 2030 biodiversity strategies promote an agricultural model that is productive, efficient, and sustainable. And farmers are central actors in this strategy. Farmers are the primary food producers, but they are also economic actors, taking decisions based on profits. Therefore, the European Union is providing financial incentives to farmers who adopt agricultural practices that restore natural habitats, reduce carbon emissions, and preserve soil health. Some of these measures include crop rotation, sustainable water management, or precision farming techniques to reduce our dependency on synthetic inputs like fertilizers or pesticides. Consumers also have a role to play, and the EU is promoting healthier and more sustainable diets, richer in organic and plant-based products. The EU is also encouraging greater circularity in the way we consume food, as each European generates, on average, 131 kilograms of food waste per year. Through these initiatives, the European Union is laying the foundation for a sustainable future, where agriculture and food production go hand in hand with environmental protection. If you wish to learn more about the future of European agriculture, take a look at our website and check our latest publications.